Of the board of the Scottish Police Authority. Should my line go down, our Vice Chair, Jane Ryder, will take over from me. Thank you, Jane, very much for that. Although I have no apologies for this meeting, Grant McCrae still isn't online yet, so we are quorate, so I'm going to start the meeting and hope Grant can join us as soon as possible. Are there any declarations of interest for the items that we have to discuss today? Caroline, I thought you might have considered declaring an interest. Were you going
Sorry,
to
Chair, I was trying to get my hand up there. I couldn't get the technology to work. Yes, I do. I have got a declaration for the item on the Oracle support. Thank you. And
what is the reasons? Because you were a former employee?
I was an employee. Yeah, it hasn't been for 6 years, but nearly 7 years. But just in case, for the sake of probity, I thought.
Thank you. Very grateful for that. Is there any other business any member would like to raise which isn't on the agenda? Okay, and can I ask members to confirm your content with taking the agenda items 11 and 12 in private, please, under outstanding orders? Thank you very much. I come now to the minute of our meeting held on the 23rd of February. Subject to any of your comments, can I ask you to approve these minutes? Thank you very much. I now have the action log. There are 3 actions for ongoing and 2 actions proposed for closure. Any comment? And if there are no comment, can I ask you to approve the action log? Any comments firstly? I think I have nods for approval there. Any matters arising from that action log? No? Okay. Sorry, Katrina.
Sorry, I was struggling a wee bit with the IT there as well. I just had a couple of comments. The mental health pathway, and I think I know what the answer to this is, but it was just to check because these are this one's expected to be completed on the 23rd of this month, which is today. So, and the violence against women and girls. So, just to clarify that those would be beyond that they are on track.
I know more about the Violence Against Women and Girls seminar, but not the draft. And unfortunately, DCC Malcolm Graham's not on the call because he's leading on that. Can somebody firstly ask the mental health pathway? Maybe DCC Will Kerr, because I know I've discussed that. We've discussed that with DCC Kerr.
Yes, of course, Chair. And Katrina, as you'll be aware, we've just recruited, and they only started actually last week, the 5 mental health nursing practitioners to work in our area control room in Govan. So that's very much a work in progress, and there'll be a follow-up evaluation that will be done jointly between ourselves, NHS 24 and the Scottish Ambulance Service once they've been properly embedded, and NHS 24 hub is up to full strength as well. So that's very much an ongoing process, and we'd be very happy to bring that back to the board as and when necessary.
Thanks very much. I think the issue of mental health and policing is pretty widespread. I've discussed this with Fiona McQueen on a number of occasions. So at some stage, right, we've got a lot of feedback there. At some stage, maybe we could have a wider discussion about mental health and policing. There's a lot of echo on my microphone turned on. If I could just ask our staff to consider that. I know we've had stuff back and forth, and it's in our more detailed committee meetings, but I think it is one of those areas where there's a lot of work going on, and it'd be good to have a wider discussion here. On the violence against women and girls, I know that what I know from my position, Katrina, is that the commitment to make a bespoke draft is being followed through, that Michelle Miller has agreed to co-chair a stakeholder seminar with a senior COSLA official on this very issue, and we're just working out the dates for that. And the seminar will be discussing where the drafting is and to be able to make comment on the drafting. I don't know if anybody from Police Scotland would like to add to that, Katrina, or you got any questions more specific than that?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I then just ask you to approve the action log? Thanks, Katrina. Decisions taken since the last authority meeting. We've approved the minute of a private board meeting held on the 9th of February, since the last board meeting. And a decision was taken by the Exceptional Circumstances Committee on the 14th of March to approve arrangements for an international deployment to Colombia, the details of which are recorded at item 4 in the chair's updates. And the decision was taken due to the time constraints and the absence of this authority being delegated to the chief executive. And we are going to change our governing structure that will come on later, item 6B, and Jane Ryder has been leading on that, to allow for the delegation up to the chief executive. But in the meantime, we took the decision because that's the only route that we had open to us in terms of governance. So the details of which are in item 4. Are there any questions about those decisions at all? Okay, thank you very much indeed. The next item is my report to you. I don't have anything that I would like to add to my report, apart from just add my congratulations to the incoming HMIC. Absolutely, Craig Naylor, who I met this week, delighted to do that. And I've written to Jill Emery, the outgoing HMIC, for her outstanding work on policing improvement and improving the authority for the inspections of her team. Very grateful for all her work and all her support to me over my year as a chair. And I've thoroughly enjoyed the challenging meetings and the recommendations that she makes into the policing sphere. And I know the Chief Constable wants to say something. He says it in his report. So apart from that, I don't have anything to add to my written report. Would anybody like to ask any questions about that? Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to come on to the committee oversight reports, and I'm going to take them in the order that I have in front of me, which is firstly the People Committee. Mary Pitt-Casey.
Muted, Mary.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted. First mistake of the day. Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have much to add to this, but I thought I would just highlight to members that at the committee we had a very welcome update from DCO Page in relation to strategic workforce planning. And he outlined the work that he's leading to refresh Police Scotland's approach to strategic workforce planning. Building on the current plan, there will be a particular focus on the resourcing models which will be required as we seek to meet service demand. A major focus will be ensuring that Police Scotland optimise the use of resources and can demonstrate efficiency and effectiveness. And I think that was a very welcome update, and we look forward to bringing that work back to board at some point.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the chair of our People Committee? Thank you very much. The next is Tom Halpin, COP26 Oversight Group. Tom.
My report's before you. The fundamental thing is we're focusing on the lessons learned and making sure that that knowledge is embedded both for Police Scotland and the wider policing world, I suppose. And in that respect, Police Scotland are doing seminars both in the UK and internationally. There is one significant bit of work still outstanding, and that's the report from the Independent Advisory Group, which we have made arrangements with John Scott QC for it to come when available, and the committee will meet to consider that in due course.
Thank you very much, Tom. What's the view of your committee about the public conversations about COP26? It seemed it's an extraordinary event in terms of policing. Took months, if not years, to preparation, passed as it did. What's the view of your committee about that?
But we definitely took comfort from the public surveys that were carried out by the SPA, which showed overwhelming, particularly in the citizens of Glasgow, of their confidence in the way that it was policed and how the event happened. There is, from our perspective, and bear in mind we had external scrutiny of this from reviews by peer reviews and also by HMIC. So it's not just our own view was that this was a successful operation, and indeed the planning and oversight that was provided through it has borne fruit in the delivery of a safe and secure event. But really importantly, also that business as usual, local policing was maintained, and the real focus was placed on welfare and well-being as well. So across it all, I would have to say the committee, and unless others have got anything to add, but I've overwhelmingly the committee were very supportive and reassured by the success of this policing operation, which was unprecedented in terms of global policing indeed, and if you look at the number of leaders who came to the City of Glasgow at that time.
Thank you very much, Tom. Jane Ryder wanted to add something.
I would absolutely agree with that, and my understanding is that it's actually being cited in other reports as an example of good practice, and just a small indicator. But in the scheme of things, we had very, very few complaints coming through, very few arrests, the sort of anticipated volume that might have been expected. So yes, I think overwhelmingly positive at every level.
Thank you, Jane. And I've written on behalf of the board to the Chief Constable, and in fact to all the PCCs who offered mutual aid to the Chief Constable for that event, offering him those congratulations and them. So thanks very much. Just on that complaint, I'm going to come now to Alistair Hay, and maybe you could just pick up that point about complaints against police officers under COP26, which I know you've looked at, Alistair, but at some stage in your report back to us, can you mention that?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. The report stands as read by members. Just a couple of background things that I think is worthy of comment on. There's been a significant change in terms of the complaints handling model that Police Scotland use, and that will of course take time to bed in, and that will feed through the figures. Allied to that, what we've also got is the website in terms of complaints up and running, and again, it's helpful. It directs people into the right areas, because what we want is them to be dealt with robustly, yes, in a timely fashion. So there's a lot of background work going on that I think is helpful in terms of complaints and conduct matters within Police Scotland. Other thing worthy of comment, satisfaction of one of the Dame Ailish Angelini recommendations in terms of development training for SPA staff. And last thing really is we've got a workshop next week with the Complaints and Conduct Committee and professional standards within Police Scotland, to work around, making sure that our scrutiny is robust and supportive and serves the public interest. In relation to COP26, Chair, I think the committee, we've had a couple of reports on this, and it's really just to underscore what everybody else has said. Very few complaints. I think the complaints handling model with frontline resolution was probably very helpful here, and given the scale of the event, the diversity of the forces from across the UK that were represented, that pre-planning really paid dividends, and it went off extremely well. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Any questions from members to the chair of our Complaints and Conduct? Great to receive that assurance, Alistair. We look forward to the some of your away days and see where they get to, some of the more deep dive you're doing in that area. Resources Committee is Grant McCrae. I want to join us yet. If not, I'm going to come. He hasn't, I don't think. I'm going to come to the chair of our Legal Committee, Paul Eadie. Paul.
Yes, thanks, Chair. The only thing I would draw attention to would be the ill health retirees and injury on duty awards. There's been a very big backlog of these building up over quite some time, but we were informed in the day of the committee that they'd identified 4 selected medical practitioners, which has been part of the problem with finding medical practitioners, and we're hopeful that that will begin to make a bit of a dent in that large backlog, which will be to the benefit of everybody. So that's it from me.
Any questions to the Chair of Legal? The next is I chaired the exceptional circumstances. I raised this matter. That was a decision to approve the deployment into Colombia, which is a non-operational deployment. And we were given great assurance from our membership of the International Development Board through Tom Halpin that all the safety, risk and security arrangements have been reviewed by the Development Board, and we were content to approve that non-operational deployment. Any questions? Okay. Sorry.
Muted, Chair.
Next is Michelle Miller.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things to highlight, I think, from the Policing Performance Committee. First is around the increasingly sophisticated practice, I think, from Police Scotland in terms of engagement and consultation for either new technology or other new operational policing developments. And I think that the impact of that has become really clear in terms of Police Scotland's openness to that engagement and consultation, and their openness to amending the development of things in the light of that consultation. So I think that was really positive. The second is just to make reference to the increasingly maturing performance framework, which I think has been developed very positively over the last couple of years. Not least because what it allows is a real targeting of intelligence and resource at areas of challenge, but it also highlights areas of things that work really well that can be replicated. So I think it provides an intelligence that perhaps was missing before to address both challenges and support improvements. And the other couple of things really positive. So one was we had the first of our what will be regular quarterly reports from the Independent Custody Visiting Service. And I think it was really positive to see the incredible work that the staff, but as importantly, more importantly, the volunteer visitors do in relation to visiting custody, and Police Scotland's responsiveness in terms of how they address any issues that are raised. So that was really positive, and we're looking forward to that greater visibility of this service going forward. And lastly, and I know the Chief Constable's report at the last board made reference to the naloxone test of change, and the Performance Committee had the full evaluation report, and again incredibly positive, and it was really good to see the detail of that, and just really supportive of the work that's been done in relation to that. That was all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions from any members about that? Fiona McQueen.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Michelle. That was a really helpful summary of issues. Spiking is a matter that receives quite a lot of national media interest and a lot of anxiety. But so from the layperson's view, if I can call my layperson here, often there is a lack of toxicology, there's a lack of evidence. And I wondered if you could say a bit more about how that's progressing.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that it's necessarily for me as chair of the committee to say how it's progressing. We certainly did hear about the detail of this, and one of the challenges which is around people's reluctance to come forward. And I think that in terms of some of the engagement and communication around this, Police Scotland's position, which is to encourage people to come forward, and that's a really welcome. And I think it'll just take time for that to bear fruit. We did hear that, in actual fact, although this has been a relatively recent development in terms of very visible public awareness, actually this has been going on for decades, and it is welcome that it's more visible, and I think we need to work harder at encouraging people to recognise it for what it is and to report it as a crime, and for Police Scotland to pick them up. And Police Scotland have been very encouraging and welcoming of that in terms of wanting people to come forward, so that was really positive as well. But I think it would be for Police Scotland to say more in terms of you know, what they're actually doing in relation to it, if that's
But
okay.
as a committee, you're satisfied on the actions that have been taken.
Indeed, yeah.
Thank you. Chief Constable, you wanted to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly in support of Michelle and also in agreement with Fiona about the significance of this issue. Members will recall that at the full board, we did have a presentation that DCC Graham led with Detective Chief Superintendent McCluckie, and I suppose to reinforce Michelle's comments and reflections, and also just to reassure Fiona that this is an issue that is kept under daily review. There's some dedicated resources in terms of coordinating it nationally, working very closely with our colleagues in forensic services within the SPA to make sure that if cases do need to be fast-tracked, that capability is there. And we're also making sure that we're involved in some of the wider UK work in terms of benchmarking, and then crucially driving some prevention in this regard in terms of bystander and linked into some of the Don't Be That Guy work as well, about the ability to people to make interventions and to raise concerns at the time. So just exactly as Michelle said, there's an awful lot of work in this area. We'll report back through Performance Committee, but just as Chief Constable to reiterate Michelle's assurance to you, Fiona, I know that we've taken this extremely seriously, and will continue to update the authority as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Halpin.
Just to further support that, there was some public commentary regarding whether there was backlogs in the toxicology examination of these cases, and that would have an impact on investigations. And Forensics Committee absolutely scrutinised that and got reassurances that it was being confused with post-mortem toxicology, where there had been a backlog, and it was not in relation to these cases. Indeed, toxicology around these cases where there's suggestion of spiking are fast-tracked. There is no backlog, but it's complex science that takes time to do it, and that sometimes causes frustration. But reassuring that these cases, in terms of Forensics Committee, were scrutinised and there's no backlog, and they are indeed fast-tracked.
Very grateful for that, Tom. I know we have Fiona Douglas, who's the Director of the Forensic Services, on the line. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Fiona?
Thank you, Chair. So just to reiterate Tom's comments, that we do not have a backlog of forensic toxicology analysis associated with these spiking cases. We work very closely with colleagues within Police Scotland to make sure that we are producing the toxicology results that will support the investigation in these cases. So the work has progressed as rapidly as it can be. But as Tom said, the analysis that is required in these quite complex cases can, in some circumstances, take some time to complete.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that assurance, Tom. And Michelle, for your report. Any other questions? Still don't see Grant McRae. So we're going to leave that for now. I would just, sorry, Jane.
No, thank you, Chair. I just thought there is a reference to the fact that we had an additional Audit Risk and Assurance Committee on Friday, and I wondered if I could just pick up on two very small points, because the full report will come to the next board. The first, as the Chief Executive refers to in his report, we looked at the planning from Audit Scotland and our own internal planning, discussed and got an assurance that the accounts were on track. And the second was, because this was an additional meeting and we were looking at 4 internal audit reports from our independent internal auditors, 3 were entirely straightforward, and the main consideration was of the internal audit on strategic planning. And so with a positive report on high-level strategic planning, the discussion focused on Police Scotland's implementation and delivery. And just by way of background, by way of insight, committee members were looking for the structure of the evidence and the line of sight, which enables internal assurance to the Chief Constable via Police Scotland's internal processes, including the change board, and in turn provides the SPA with satisfactory assurance. So ARAC has the interest in the assurance of process, and of course other committees, particularly policing performance, as we've just seen, and ultimately the board see the outcomes. and the recommendations were accepted by Police Scotland, both formally and in discussion. There's scope for improvement, acknowledging that there are slightly different approaches in different areas. Some are more developed than others. So we did agree completely, unanimously, the real challenge of retrofitting relevant existing strategies to a new approach, but new strategies could act as exemplars and demonstrate improved practice. And Police Scotland identified that the forthcoming strategies in relation to equality and diversity and violence against women and girls were an opportunity to adopt the new approach from the outset. And that was warmly welcomed by the committee, as these are such important topics of the widest public interest and without doubt current Police Scotland and SPA priorities. I just thought that that was helpful, because the issue of violence against women and girls certainly is recurrent, and as I say, of the widest public interest. So that was a very positive Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee. As I say, the full report and the minutes will be available for our next meeting, which is May, but I just thought that was a helpful update at this time.
Thank you very much, Jane. Very helpful. And you asked me if I'd look at an hour of that committee, which I did, and it was a very interesting discussion, and members might want to have a look at that themselves. I hadn't quite finished with Michelle's report. I just wanted to make this point, and I see that Grant's on, which is great. I'll come to you in a minute, Grant. Is that we asked for the first time the executive summary of the performance framework will be included as an appendix to Michelle's. I would ask anybody who's interested in policing and policing performance to read those 10 pages. It's quite extraordinary, the breadth of work that's been done and the insight that's been taken. This is just a summary. This is not the many pages of the committee looks at. But if you look at that, about the insights gained, this is policing's own insights gained and their actions taken. I think that again provides another level of assurance to the committee and then to the board about the analysis of data, not just the reporting of data. And I want to make that a regular feature of this part of the agenda. And I would encourage members to look at that executive and interrogate it, interrogate it if they would like to. But at least we're all better informed about the range of analysis and actions being taken by Police Scotland as a result of the performance framework, which I agree with Michelle, has come on in leaps and bounds over the last 4 or 5 years. And I think the ambition is to make that as best as it possibly can be, both for the internal management of policing and for our external oversight of policing. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Michelle, and thank you very much, Jane, for the update on your committee. Grant, welcome, and your committee report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I have no idea what was causing so much problem this morning with getting logged on, but I'm here now, and I have been listening in on live stream to find out, to keep pace with what was going on. Not really very much to add to the report that's with the committee, that's with the board on the committee's meeting on the 10th of March, because most of the items that are actually we considered are actually on today's agenda. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the chair of our resources committee? Fiona.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Grant. I have two that I don't think are on the rest of the committee. The loading of the spend towards the end of the financial year. Are we any closer to having a confidence that it will be spent? And then the other one was about the estates forward look. Have you a sense of, and I know that that's always going to be a changing piece of estates will always change as particularly as the service transforms. Have you any sense of when we'll get a kind of framework or things will crystallise about what the estates should look like in the future?
Thanks, Fiona. In terms of the spend right up to today, I was hoping that would be covered by the Chief Finance Officer's comments slightly further on the agenda. We were assured that it was being monitored on a day-by-day basis because they wanted to be sure that not only had the spend been committed in terms of orders, but the suppliers were able to deliver. And it's the delivery bit this year that's actually one of the challenges. In the estates forward look, this is something that the committee asked for a few months ago, following a number of one-off requests to recommend various estates transactions for approval. because we wanted to just see how it fitted into the overall map of things. And we got an extremely helpful, detailed forward look presented by the estates team. One of the things that really came home from this was just how much activity there is going on, both in terms of their proactive work, but also on reacting to the opportunity of co-location from local authorities. There's a huge amount of work in there. And one of the things that is very clear is that no matter how simple or straightforward a lease or a purchase or sale of a property is, it takes a long time to go through the different legal processes and negotiations and discussions. So we were extremely conscious that the estates team, I should say, are doing a huge amount of work, but with limited resource. So one of the things we've asked them to look forward with is how they might benefit from additional skills in the team, possibly drawn from within Police Scotland and both the officers and the actual support teams, to try and actually have a dedicated team that will actually drive this a bit further forward. And you'll see, for example, on the housing strategy that we're going to come to shortly, that with limited resource, they can only move things at a certain pace, and they'd like to move things a bit faster. We certainly think that they are on a journey, but one of the things that we were very keen to know is when the journey was expected to end, if you like. And that is something we've asked them to come back to us with at least a plan completion date, even though it's going to be a moving one, because we at least have some idea of what we're talking about, so that the board as a whole can actually form a view as to, is that going to be an acceptable time frame, or actually do we need to do more in that sort of area? I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to the item on the housing strategy. I know we're all very interested in that too. Thank you very much for that. And we will come back to that question, Fiona, about whether or not the £1.4 billion will be underspent or not. And all the assurances are so far that they're monitoring it to not be that. And we'll hear from the Chief Financial Officer and no doubt others on that. So if there are no other questions on that committee, can I move to item 5? Which is the Chief Constable's report. Chief Constable, can I hand to you?
Good morning again, Chair. Good morning, members. Morning, colleagues. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I want to start just by echoing your comments and thanks to Jill Emery, who's retiring from the very important role of Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland. I've had the privilege to have known and worked with Gillian for over 25 years in various roles and functions, back in the legacy force structure, moving forward into Police Scotland when she was a key commander within the crime division which we established, and then latterly, clearly, as she moved into the HMI role. Gillian has almost 36 years of public service behind her, which is really quite phenomenal. She's always been very robust and direct in her thinking, very experienced, but always very gracious in terms of how she interacted with colleagues and others. So I do genuinely wish to thank her, and on behalf of Police in Scotland, but also personally, and wish her and her family all the very, very best. And like you, also extend my congratulations on that of the service to Craig Naylor, another vastly experienced officer who will come in, and no doubt Craig will put his own stamp on the HMI. So again, I wish just to start this morning, input from myself to extend enormous vote of thanks, in particular to Jill Emery, and to reiterate congratulations to Craig Naylor. Chair, you have a written report in front of you this morning, as always, and I'd like to say a few additional remarks, both to highlight and expand my report. And if I may, in the interest of time, I think some of my comments, I hope, would also serve by way of introduction to agenda item 5B, which is my statutory duty to produce an annual police plan, which I bring to the attention of the authority today prior to laying it before Parliament before the end of this month. The Director of Strategy, Tom McMahon, has joined our meeting today, and again with your concurrence, Chair, I'll maybe ask Tom to say a few comments just about the process that's been followed and how we have established the content of the plan after I've concluded my introductory remarks. I'd like to start, Chair, if I may, with a very important development in regard to the murder of Emma Caldwell. Emma was 27 when she was reported missing in April of 2005. She was last seen in Govan Hill in Glasgow, and she was subsequently found dead in South Lanarkshire the following month. The investigation that was progressed at that time did not lead to a conviction for her murder. In 2015, detective officers from our major investigation team recommenced an investigation into Emma's death. Following a very complex investigation, last month, a 49-year-old man has been arrested and has now been charged with Emma's murder. Police Scotland officers have remained in close contact with Emma's family during the re-investigation, and I pay heartfelt tribute to the sustained resilience and determination of Emma's mother and her family. The murder of loved ones has a lasting devastation. Murder cases from the past are never closed in Scotland. In this regard, going back to July 1984, Marion Hodge, who was a 34-year-old woman, she was the mother of 2 children and lived in the Lockerbie area and was reported missing in the summer of '84. There's no further sightings of Marion since that time, and through due process, she was subsequently declared to be dead through the courts in 1992. Last month, detective officers from Police Scotland's Unresolved Homicide team again began a re-investigation into Marion's disappearance and her presumed death. Inquiries are ongoing, and I would take this opportunity this morning to reiterate our appeal for anyone with any information to please contact Police Scotland, make use of the Major Incident Public Portal, contact us in any way you choose with any information that you may have. And my thoughts continue to be with Marion's family and loved ones. Police Scotland will always remain focused on bringing offenders to justice, providing closure for the families of those who have died whenever that has happened. Every death is unique, every person is unique, and is a tragedy for that person and their family. And every investigation presents its own specific challenges and requirements. I've consistently emphasised as Chief Constable that operational competence is a prerequisite for public confidence and thus police legitimacy. And I do believe that core competence is demonstrated in relation to Police Scotland's approach to murders and homicides. Murders are iconic crimes, and the Single National Service has enabled us to drive consistently high standards of homicide investigation underpinned by empathy, compassion, professionalism and justice. Chair, proved police standards in all areas are outlined in the fact sheet that the authority and Police Scotland have published and specifically referenced in your own written report to the board this morning, Chair. The document highlights the significant progress made under reform over the last 9 years. I think under the single national structure, there is demonstrable strength and operational competence, and now all policing capabilities are available to every citizen across Scotland, wherever they may be. Over 530 murders and homicides have been committed in Scotland since 2013. Only 2 are unsolved, and both remain under active investigation. As members discussed earlier in this morning's meeting, our successful safety and security operation for COP26 resulted in no significant violence, disorder or injury, relatively few arrests, and allowed the summit to take place and to conduct its critical business. The summit, along with our approach to policing during the pandemic, I think was also another clear demonstration of our commitment to put human rights at the heart of all we do. I am also encouraged by the consistently strong levels of public confidence that are reported in our own research and also in independent research, such as the recent Scottish Government Household Survey, which reported that 87% of respondents trusted their police service. Now, of course, necessary change to meet the evolving needs of citizens has been and is sensitive and challenging. Establishing a single national service wasn't easy, it was very difficult, and as I've said repeatedly, we did not get everything right. Providing better, more efficient policing under reform, while at the same time being required to return every year more than £200 million to the public purse compared to legacy arrangements, I think has been enormously challenging, but also has been an achievement in terms of public sector. The key assessment I apply when I look at the past 9 years is whether our communities, our fellow citizens are safer, are better served now than they would have been had reform not taken place. And I say that not only for the challenges and the threats and the demands of today, but for those of tomorrow. And in my view, the answer is yes. Now, of course, further development is needed. It's reflected in the priorities I have outlined in my annual police plan to improve how we protect vulnerable people, how we take on the enormous challenge of tackling crime in the digital age, how we continue to work with the communities who we serve, and how we provide support, key elements of support to operational policing through our corporate capabilities and other areas of service development. We are absolutely resolute in our determination to tackle violence against women and girls. I welcome the focus that this authority brings to this key area that reflects the focus that society and the wider justice system now has to improve how such violence is reported, investigated, prosecuted, and how the survivors and their families can be supported at all stages through the justice process. Police Scotland values and is developing our means of listening and acting upon the real feedback and experiences of victims in this area. Of course, there are further improvements to make within policing, but also within the justice system throughout Scottish society. And our Public Protection Development Programme, which we have discussed previously at this board, will drive us to enable the better support for survivors, allow us to continue to respond to vulnerabilities and new ones as they arise. My written report, Chair, also reflects and outlines our contribution to Cyber Scotland Week, which kicked off at the end of February, went into the beginning of March. And as I said, it's one of our priorities listed in my annual police plan. Digitally enabled offending, such as online child sexual abuse and fraud, continue to grow at an extremely high rate, underlining to me that online policing is frontline policing. We must now build the workforce, develop the tools that allow us to keep our fellow citizens safe in the public space, the private space, and the virtual space. Our cyber strategy implementation programme seeks to identify appropriate resources and to ensure that officers and staff have the skills and the support so that we can do all we can to prevent and thereafter to respond if needed to the growing threat of cyber-enabled crime for the communities, for our businesses, for our economy, and for third sector and educational organisations right across the whole of Scotland. You will see in my written report, Chair, again, another issue that the board members rightly have significant interest and indeed expertise in, and that is in regard to the pressures on society from almost the epidemic of mental health, stress, anxiety, demand. You'll see in my report that a number of mental health nurse practitioners who are employed with our key partners in NHS 24 have actually started to work now within our C3 division, Contact Command and Control, so they can triage and support incidents, support officers dealing with incidents involving individuals who are suffering distress, who are suffering poor mental health. This initiative is part of the mental health pathway that we have discussed both in committee and across the authority with colleagues that we feel is crucial to improve the services provided to those who are in urgent need of assistance, urgent need of being helped. In this similar regard, my report also, I think, underlines a new process to make communication between police officers and our colleagues in the Scottish Ambulance Service more direct during incidents. When a person, for example, is unconscious, isn't breathing, allows officers to use their mobile device, speak directly to get some advice from SAS staff, and again to allow effective triage and to support when at the earliest time with some clinical intervention. But it shows that shared emergency service response to people who are in need at a critical time, with a recognition that both ourselves and the ambulance service are under an acute level of demand at the current time. But again, as a consistent underline, I feel it's the challenge of everyone involved in public service in Scotland to ensure that people in crisis get the right support from the right agency in a timely and sustainable manner. And we're continuing to work very, very closely with key partners to make progress in this area. But whatever happens, policing, which is so often the service of first response and the service of last resort, will never step back from helping fellow citizens during times of crisis and criticality. And of course, this is not only the right thing to do, but reflects our statutory duty from the legislation establishing Police Scotland that requires us to improve the lives and well-beings of communities, which goes beyond our core and key law enforcement responsibilities. And in discharging our mission and purpose, of course, our officers and staff are key to ensuring their achievement. The quality of the people involved in policing, their professionalism, their commitment, their compassion, I think was very powerfully illustrated during my Bravery and Excellence Awards, which we held virtually in late February, and again is outlined in my written report. It was, albeit conducted virtually, nevertheless a very important opportunity to formally recognise outstanding work, bravery, courage displayed by officers and staff in the year past. And at the same time, it was an enormous privilege to allow us to recognise acts of bravery by members of the public, which were exemplary. Excuse me. The awards themselves underlined the service that police officers and police staff deliver to our communities, and based upon the vital relationship that we have in Scotland with the public. We serve, from whom, as I've repeatedly said, we take our authority, we take our legitimacy. I thank everyone, as Chief Constable, who steps forward to serve within policing in Scotland. I thank the public that we serve for their support. I know, challenging though it may be, to be a police officer, to be a member of police staff, remains an extremely rewarding vocation. And the safety and welfare of officers and staff is a responsibility I do take extremely seriously in my role as Chief Constable. As my role as Chief Constable, I've consistently made it clear that assaults on officers and staff are totally unacceptable and should never, ever be regarded as simply being part of the job. We have recently introduced a new agreement, which I really welcome, with the Crown Office and our prosecutors and the Procurator Fiscal Service to provide prosecutors and through them ultimately the courts with additional information where officers and staff have been assaulted. And that's something that's been a matter of concern over a number of years and something that I'm really pleased to report progress on. And those statements, those impact statements, are designed to ensure that the impact of assaults on officers and staff, on their families, on the police service in general, and on the wider community can be considered when such offending is assessed by the courts. Of course, such initiatives are important steps to support officers and staff, building upon the improvements that I've already outlined. I think police reform has broken to ensure their safety, their well-being, and also to ensure a more efficient police service by enabling them with the right equipment, with the right capabilities to provide a more effective service for the communities that we serve. We've already discussed and mentioned that we will come to the proposed budget for 2022-2023 as Grant McCrae, as Chair of Resources, has already outlined. An enormous amount of joint work has already gone into prepare the report that will be presented later today. But again, I do think it's absolutely correct and proper in this public board meeting to reiterate that the policing in Scotland is on track to deliver cumulative savings of more than £2 billion, £2 billion. Be very clear on that. Cumulative savings of over £2 billion to the public purse by 2026. Now, of course, those savings have been necessary as a result of the funding that's been allocated to policing since 2013. Of course, we continue to achieve efficiencies and deliver improvements, such as through the provision of mobile devices. However, additional investment in policing in Scotland, in our people, in our buildings, in our vehicles, in our technology, is required so that we can continue, so that we can complete the progress we've made under reform, so that we can meet the needs of the people of Scotland. I think this is underlined by the budget report, which describes the gap between what we expect to be awarded in capital funding and what we assess to be the requirements of policing in Scotland. Anticipated capital funding over the next 5 years is approximately £26 million less than required for our fleet. It's about £20 million less than required for our estate, and it's about £20 million less than is required for our digital division. I know that working with the authority, working with colleagues in Scottish Government, we will make every effort to outline our case, our offer for investment, so that we can continue to provide the best possible police service to the people of Scotland. I do passionately believe that an appropriately funded and appropriately maintained police service is crucial to the economic security, the social cohesion, the equity, the fairness in Scottish society, and the stability that is sought by the people of Scotland and those in national and local government. Our funding requirements will be presented in our responses to the Scottish Government's resource spending review and continues to be the subject of robust and detailed discussion through our ongoing engagement with the authority and the government. And again, in this regard, the Chair and I have actually had a number of discussions this morning in regard to the joint submission that will come from the Scottish Police Authority and Police Scotland in response to the spending review. So as we enter this next financial year of 2022-23, in my view, Police Scotland does so with stability and focus, ready to meet the significant challenges that lie ahead, some of which we are aware of, and others which will no doubt emerge, such as the nature of policing. And of course, significant tests remain, tests of change, of investment, to develop our workforce, to ensure an inclusive and supportive culture exists in the service, to ensure that we nurture the well-being of our officers and staff so that we can enable them to protect their and our fellow citizens in the physical and virtual space. As Chief Constable, I am realistic about the challenges ahead, but I am confident in the significant progress made, and just as importantly, I am optimistic that collectively we can build on the work so far, ultimately for the benefit of the public that we serve. Chair, I will close at that, if I may. I said I've referenced my own written report, the comments I've made about the development of Police Scotland over the last 9 years as we look forward, about where, by way of introduction to my annual police plan. And again, Chair, if I may, I would like to invite Director Strategy Tom McMahon just to say a little bit more about how the APP has been developed, and then close, and myself and deputies and other members of the team will take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. Tom McMahon.
Chair, thank you. Chief, thanks very much. Really just to add to what's contained in the paper that members have, the process of development of the Chief's annual police plan required under Section 35 of the Act begins in the late summer, autumn, where we refresh our strategic assessment. Those are discussions we've had with the authority as well through Performance Committee. That allows us to identify the key priorities for the coming year and a good look at the horizon and some of the issues that are emergent. The team then engage through workshops and through discussions at SLB and at less senior boards around what the priorities need to look like for the period ahead. And basically that culminates around about the new year in the development of our draft plan, which we then circulate internally. We work with colleagues on that, and we had a really excellent engagement with members of the Performance Committee of the SPA earlier this month, where we discussed in some depth the draft, where the clear feedback was about the emphasis that should be placed within the narrative around violence against women and girls and the priority that we attach to that in the coming year. So we've made that absolutely clear. And equally, the need to be clear about performance metrics and how we will enable you to apply scrutiny to the delivery of this plan. And that's obviously contained within the performance framework that we'll be presenting to the June meeting of the SPA Performance Committee. In terms of beyond policing consultation and engagement, we share the draft plan with the Scottish Government, with COSLA, with Solace, Public Health Scotland, Fire Service, Ambulance Service, and each of the 32 local authorities. The chief executives of those bodies receive a copy, and we seek feedback through that route. And equally, local commanders as well are engaged, as they do in the development of their own local plans, which we'll come on to speak about later in the agenda. But they also support this work to develop the Chief's annual plan. And we take account of all of that feedback. And really critically as well, public engagement. We test those priorities that have guided the development of the plan through the Your Police survey. And we've had very, very strong support for the priorities as identified, and nearly 9,000 responses as well to that exercise, which is really pretty significant, and I think is a strong evidential basis for the work going forward. So essentially the presentation today, which I'll pass back to the Chief very shortly, is to give you full visibility on that plan, reassurance that your officers and the Performance Committee have been well engaged in its development. Our intention post this meeting is to present that, submit it to Parliament by the end of the month, as we're required to under Section 35. And I'll stop at that point, Chief, and pass back to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Chair, I'm grateful, and I thought it's helpful to take both my report and the sharing of the annual police plan together as a one. So I think we'll conclude there, Chair, and again, as always, really happy to take the questions and observations from members.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. I think if I could start by asking members to concentrate firstly on the Chief's report, general report to us, then come back to the annual police plan. But don't let me constrain you. If it covers both, please do so. So can I have some hands up of who would like? I think I got Katharina, you wanted to ask a question. So Katharina and then Alistair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Constable, for this update and for the written report. Very interesting as usual. I've got two questions actually, if I may, Chair. So my first one is related to Operation Protector, which I was really welcome to read. So it's obviously a proactive partnership, and I was wondering if, you know, it seems like this isn't the first time that this event has happened. So the report suggests it's the latest one that recently took place. So I was just wondering if there are any trends in terms of any levels of activity compared to previous operations that you've been able to identify. And also, you know, I appreciate that this is something which is specifically directed at Aberdeenshire. And I was wondering if there are any plans of expanding that possibly into other territories as well. So that's my first question. And my second question is actually related to the Leadership in Counter-Terrorism update, which again, I found absolutely fascinating, really interesting to read, a great example of international collaboration. So I you know, also from thinking about terrorism, a really important part of that is the financing of terrorism. So follow the money, where does the money come from? And I was just wondering, as part of your wider counter-terrorism thinking, strategic development, etc., to what degree do you engage with the financial services sector or any other private sector organization where, you know, there may be some intelligence that's quite hugely relevant to your counter-terrorism operations? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katharina. I'll take the second of your questions first, if I may, and then again, with your agreement, I'll pass to DCC Will Care to respond to your questions on Operation Protector and just the wider coordination into different localities. You're absolutely right about the value of the Leadership and Counter-Terrorism programme. It's a programme I actually attended in 2005. Tom Halpin, one of the board members, was one of the syndicate directors in the early years of Leadership and Counter-Terrorism programme. And the value of it is that it establishes an international network. It's an international network I've continued to draw upon. Recently retired Chief Constable of the PSNI. It was on my cohort, Sir George Hamilton, and it was often an ability to share practice, to take learning, particularly when things were moving very, very dynamically. The impact of the Paris attacks, the impact of attacks wherever they happen around the world, immediately having some level of locality and needing to get that level of coordination. It's a very valuable programme, and it's one that I'm really keen that we are remobilising. In terms of the utilisation of financial investigation, you're absolutely right, that's a critical factor. We work extremely closely in terms of the coordination of counter-terrorism. There's a national counter-terrorism coordination unit that sits across the UK. Key partners clearly in national security rest with the United Kingdom Security Service, MI5, and we work very, very closely with them in terms of any intelligence developments. Suspicious activity reports, SARS, that would come through the financial structures that are in place as well, are also highlighted round about terrorism. And actually, a number of our investigations over the years have been around funding and have been around financial fundraising for terrorist groups. That in itself is a bespoke terrorist activity, and we look to treat an intervention before that money goes in to more dangerous hands. So we have very, very good ties, I would say, in this area around about countering terrorism. The links with the financial industries, with banks, with other organisations involved in financial services is very close, it's coordinated, a local, a national and international level. And the Leadership in Counter-Terrorism programme is a great enabler of that. And again, grateful for you highlighting that this morning. Will, I wonder if I can ask you maybe to respond to Katerina in regard to Operation Protector.
Yes, very happy to do so, Chief. So we've only ran, Katerina, 2 iterations of Op Protector so far. I mean, it's by its very nature, it's a bespoke to the North East because it's based on local multi-agency arrangements, but it's Op Protector in this iteration actually has been based on significant bit of learning from operational practice in the North East over the last number of years as well. For those who may not be aware of what Op Protector is, just to give you a broader sense, it's essentially trying to address the effects of serious organised crime and drugs misuse, but using very much a collaborative partnership approach. So there's very strong relationships, as you would expect, with community safety and substance use support services, and Aberdeenshire working very closely alongside health and social care partners as well. I mean, a key strand of this is trying to get the mix between visible enforcement but multi-agency support for vulnerable users. So a key strand of the last iteration of Op Protector was very much about carrying out visits to people who've been identified as being vulnerable to cocaine. So in other words, around the county lines, if you're a vulnerable person, people will take over your home and use it for the purposes of drugs transportation as part of the county lines arrangement that's used by some of the serious and organised crime gangs at the moment. So we had a lot of support for people who may be vulnerable and victims of that over the last iteration of Op Protector. So, for example, in the last operation, over 4 days, there were 160 visits to people who may be vulnerable to that type of exploitation. There were 4 young people identified who had been trafficked via county lines work. That's immensely positive to be able to identify people who are vulnerable in those circumstances. We're going to run a 3rd iteration of Op Protector in the near future. Obviously, I'll not be too specific about dates for obvious operational reasons, but the other part of your question was, are we going to expand the learning out to other parts of the country? The answer is yes. I mean, some elements of these operations are, by their very nature, as I said at the beginning, bespoke, because the partnerships and local arrangements will be bespoke to that area. But the principles behind it are principles that we're certainly rolling out to all 13 divisions at the moment. So I'll stop at that point, but thank you for the question.
Thank you. Catherine, you still got your hand up. Do you want to ask a follow-up?
No, apologies, just the tech. Thank you very much. It was incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I got Alistair Hay and Fiona McQueen. Alistair.
Yeah, again, as always, thank you very much, Chief Constable, for your report, covering really important areas, and it gives us that insight into the scope and the scale of policing within Scotland. The first thing I've got is just a comment. I mean, I really welcome, in support of your safety matters, the impact statements that are going to be provided to the Crown Office Procurator Fiscal Service, and actually it'll be interesting to monitor that going forward. You have to see the real value of them. My question really, though, relates to the fact that our news headlines have been dominated for so long by COVID-19, but of course that the war in Ukraine, the cost of living, inflation, these are things that have pushed it perhaps slightly further down the agenda, but it clearly has not gone away. So I mean, I would commend the reflective and the adaptive way in which Police Scotland has responded to this, for us, an unprecedented set of circumstances in terms of a pandemic. And it's with us, and you're still experiencing high levels of absence, but clearly frontline policing on a day-to-day basis takes priority. But is this having an impact in terms of the continuous professional development of officers, the maintenance of their core skills? And I ask this question across all the ranks, but I'm imagining that people that are working towards the middle and more senior ranks, we've really got to deal with the day-to-day additional management that this challenge brings. May be experiencing even more difficulty in terms of that CPD and maintenance of core skills. So I wonder if you could make comment on that and explain if it is happening and if there's any mitigations that Police Scotland are taking to address this, perhaps unseen and longer term challenge?
Alistair, thank you very much. Thanks for your comments, but also thanks for your question. It's enormously insightful observations that you're making. I mean, the short answer is yes, in terms of the demands and, as you say, the ability to ensure that our officers and staff are maintaining their skills, that our training programme is delivering what we wish it to do. We've had to, over a number of months over the last 2 years, prioritise what we would say to be core training. So those that need to remain certified or authorised, such as those who carry firearms voluntarily on behalf of the service. And in terms of that interruption, the best example have been some of our cohorts going through their basic training here at Tilley-Allen, because we've had to interrupt to actually take them out, either to support COP26 at one stage, or we had to take them out over Christmas, New Year, into January and February to give more resilience into the wider community. It is enormously challenging. I remain quite concerned around it going forward. There's a number of other factors at play at the moment in terms of a potential loss of skills. Some proposed changes to pension regulations and commutation calculations that again may, and I just say may, and we're monitoring this very closely, it may cause some people with experience. Of course, with experience means these are people who have got skills that have been developed through formal training and operational competence over the years. They may leave the service sooner than they or we had anticipated. So we're doing an awful lot of work through P&D to map that, to identify where the skills gap may be. We're doing an awful lot of work through Fiona Taylor's leadership in terms of our programme of leadership development, Your Leadership Matters. And we've tried, and we did successfully push on with that in a virtual space with our senior cohorts, like in the superintending ranks. But we are all agreed, I am absolutely committed, as is DCC Taylor, that the next area we really need to concentrate on is within the sergeants and the first line manager role, like the key glue that maintains day-to-day policing. And again, that next cohort, as we take the Your Leadership Matters programme forward, we'll be targeting sergeants and inspectors to try and give them the leadership and the management and the empathetic skills that they require for the enormous challenges in their job. So it's a very pertinent question, Alistair. We're wrestling with the challenges extremely hard, and as you say, it does look like COVID is actually staying around longer in terms of some of the variants and the impact we've got. I know, for example, it's putting pressure on C3 again. I wonder if DCC Care could maybe just say a little bit more on that, because I think we're running close to almost 20% in some of the absences in some of the areas. So the operational demand remains acute. That will be our priority. Answering treble nines, go to treble nines, helping people, but it does mean that some of that personal organisational growth might be slowed a bit, exactly as you identify, Alistair. Well, I wonder, again, you and I were actually, again, quite genuinely talking this through some of these points this morning as well, just in terms of the operational response that we're facing.
Yes, thanks, Chief. Alistair, as you would expect, I mean, as you rightly say, this isn't over yet. So we're doing a daily assessment of the impact on Police Scotland and the numbers that are affected, particularly around service resilience. So there's just over 1,100 officers and staff who are off today as a result of COVID. That's down a bit since last Friday. We're following the same path of community infection rates. So it tends to be most 11 to 16-year-olds at the moment, most prevalent through schools. And we're seeing the same. Actually, the vast majority of those people who are off at the moment actually have COVID, and they're picking it up in the home as opposed to at work. That's certainly our assessment at the moment. And as the Chief said, C3 are stretched at the minute. We had to put out some public messaging last night, again, to protect the 999 system, the emergency response system. And we kept, even at that period of heightened demand over the last few days, we've kept the 999 calls being answered in under 10 seconds, which is our absolute priority, because that's where the public are most at risk and expect us to get there quickly. But a combination of good weather over the last couple of days, high staff absences, the absence rate in C3 sitting about 17% at the minute have just been a bit of a perfect storm over the last couple of days, and that's affected one-on-one answering time. So the numbers have gone up well beyond what we would want them to be, but we just have to prioritise like every other public service, and emergency calls and 999 calls will always take priority. But as you would also expect, we have a whole range of contingency plans that are well tried and tested over the course of the last couple of years, and as and when we need to surge staff into various posts, whether it's recruits, as the Chief mentioned, whether it's officers and staff who are in middle or backroom functions, we have very well tried and tested plans to do that, and we could just stand those up. But clearly we've a while to go yet with this virus, sadly.
Thank you very much. Alistair, do you still got your hand up? Want to come back?
Just very quickly, I don't in any way, shape or form underestimate the challenge, and rightly you're prioritising the day-to-day demands and policing, and it was really positive and good to hear that that ongoing maintenance of skills and CPD has not been forgotten, though finding the answer to it, as you've rightly explained, will be a challenge. So thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much. I got Fiona McQueen, then Tom Halpin. Fiona first.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chief Constable. And a number of the matters that you raised about welfare of staff and other issues on the workforce, I know that, and you know as well, that we look through Mary's People Committee, and we have a lot more information and detail on that, and it's good to see that been brought forward to your report. The one question I had, it was about the mental health, so it's great to see the progress that's been made by Police Scotland, and as you rightly say, it's becoming more talked about, it's recognised perhaps more freely about the challenges that has in society, and the innovation and the determination that Police Scotland have to provide a response to citizens is good and makes a real difference. You also note that there's other services available, so whether it's the statutory services in particular I'm thinking about, and whilst I absolutely commend Police Scotland for moving forwards with empathy and compassion and being responsive to people in distress, I wonder how confident are you in terms of your partners are also moving forwards at the same pace, so that you are changing and your officers are changing their response, in particular, but not exclusively, but in particular out of hours. How confident are you that local services are there that will be able to support the citizens who are in distress and therefore support Police Scotland? So I guess working with boards, local authorities, and from a strategic perspective, Public Health Scotland.
Thank you, Fiona. Again, extremely insightful question, both in terms of day-to-day operational response, but also some of the strategic challenges, not only facing policing, but facing Scotland as a whole, in terms of trying to make sure that there is an integrated offer to individual citizens and family. I'm not that confident, if I'm being really candid with you, about the ability of out-of-hour services to be delivered in a timeliest manner to people who are suffering, whether they're suffering distress or whether they're suffering addiction. As you will know better than I, Fiona, asking somebody who is in a chaotic lifestyle through addiction or through other illnesses that they have, say, well, actually, we have an appointment for you and it's 3 weeks on Friday, is not necessarily an intervention that they need. There are pockets of really, really good practice across the country, with the interaction between 32 local authorities, 15 health boards. The Chair and I had, I thought, an extremely productive discussion with the President of COSLA towards the end of last week, where this very point was being discussed about to ensure that we're not just, if you like, shunting responsibility, shunting demand, shunting stress and anxiety from one organisation to the other, and that people are working really, really hard to try and get that level of integration. You will know at national level, we raise these matters at ministerial level with senior civil servants within SG. But I am not wholly confident of our partners' ability to respond in a consistent manner. I do think the National Service for Policing has allowed us to be more consistent. But equally, I'm not one for pointing the finger at others. You know, I want to work closely with partners. We do an awful lot of collaborative work, not only with emergency services, with local authorities, with the third sector, and that's what we need to continue to do at a local level and also at a strategic level. We've outlined already the work that Deb Kerr is leading with Public Health Scotland in terms of the framework that we've agreed, and there is much to do in this area. So I'm not confident that all these matters will be picked up, but I do reiterate, I think it's important for us to say, and as long as I'm Chief Constable, we're continuing to do this. We won't walk away. If somebody's in distress, if somebody's has got some physical vulnerability to them, their family or others, Police Scotland will attend, and we won't wait, and we won't look to others. But what we need to do as an organisation is work with these key partners to make sure that there's far more integration, and some of those interventions and support services that people need are there. So it's not constantly the police that are coming to crisis and criticality, but that there's an opportunity to make an intervention and provide people with the long-term support they need. Enormously challenging. We are working very, very closely in that partnership sphere, but we will never step away from people in need.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable, and for the question, Fiona. I agree, Chief Constable, very productive meeting with the President of COSLA, senior COSLA officials. It's going closer, strategically closer about the delivery of services, and oversight, I think, is a challenge that we're going to face jointly for next year with COSLA. So I'm looking forward to that. Next, I have Tom Halpin and then Mary Pitt-Casey. Tom.
Chief Constable, you referred in your report to the spending review and the extensive discussions going on with Scottish Government involving Scottish Police Authority as well. And you also talk about the competing demands for investment there. You talk about estates fleet. We all recognise that, indeed, the emerging technology, but investment that impacts directly on trust and confidence in policing is crucial. And we saw through the work we did around COP26 with the investment, for instance, in body-worn video, which was only able to be provided to firearms officers to actually make them the same as other police services in the UK, was received very well by the public and by the officers themselves, who felt it really supported them in carrying out the very difficult task that they have. In making these bids for investment against such significant structural investment, these issues might fall down the table in terms of priorities. And it's reassurance to us that the commitment to rolling out body-worn video, for instance, and other such investments for officers directly will remain a high priority. Indeed, your own reflection on the need for that.
Tom, thanks very much, and agree with your assessment and analysis. In terms of body-worn video, we are behind the UK standard and norm. It's a very good example of a strategic point I think we've made a number of times, that we have been able to retain headcount in Scotland, but in terms of our non-pay investment into policing, our non-pay investment to support officers and staff, we're actually in a comparatively very poor position when it's 12 or 13% of our revenue budget that we pay on non-pay costs. You look at other police services across the United Kingdom, it's 20-25% in some areas. Now we have been able to retain our officer headcount because we've, as I've said and stressed quite significantly today, we've had to take significant amounts of savings out of our spend as required by the budget allocation that we've had. But it does mean that we are in urgent need of these investments, and no more so than in body-worn video. I think what experience shows is that it protects officers and staff, it protects members of the public, it underlines confidence in policing. It has been featured in a number of independent reviews and reports, such as Dame Eilish Angelini's work on complaints and conduct. and we are continuing to prioritise that and look for the investment that is required at a time where we know there are real pressures on the public purse. But I wonder if I could maybe ask the DCO, David, maybe just to say a little bit more about that in terms of how we develop our investment plans.
Thanks, Chief, and thanks for the question, Tom. As we've laid out in the budget, and James will cover in due course, our 5-year capital ask is 463 million. If we assume flat capital, which is what we've been told to expect, which is about 263 million, it's only 57% of what we're asking. That has a number of quite serious impacts on us for the estate, and Grant mentioned further investment in the estate. Yes, we need further investment in the estate, but we need further investment across the piece, if you like. For the estate itself, that means that effectively we'll be focusing on repair and maintenance. We won't be addressing the condition survey, which we had commissioned recently, and which basically said we're going to need 279 million over 10 years. So we're well short on the estate. So again, we'll be trying to keep our head above water. For the fleet, we've laid out in our fleet strategy that we're looking to move to 100% EV, UL EV. With the capital allocations that we've got, it's likely we're going to get stuck at around the 45% mark. And that's because effectively you buy vehicles, which we've been doing now for a couple of years, and then you have to replenish them, but we don't have enough money to get the whole fleet over the line. So it's likely we're going to get stuck at about 45% on that. On the kind of broader operational front, DDICT, the board will be aware that 2017, I think we asked for just around about 300 million in total between capital and reform. We didn't get close to that, which has delayed that implementation. We're doing a refresh now. The ask again for DDICT, if we don't get what we want, which we're, unfortunately we're not expecting to, where that has an impact, and as a really kind of good example, we've obviously supplied body-worn videos through the driver of COP26 to our armed officers, but the remainder of our officers, at the moment, we'd be looking for around about 20 million capital and reform to allow us to provide body-worn video to all frontline officers. And at the moment, with the capital allocation we've got, we're probably not going to be able to do that. We're still building a business case to do that, but when the business case is done, when we know exactly how much it's going to cost and how much it takes to roll out, that 20 million forms part of the overall 463 million we're looking for. And if we only get 57%, I'm afraid it won't happen. So again, we're not going to be able to catch up with the rest of the UK where it comes to things like basic equipment to do the job, like a body-worn video. So that's the fundamental impact. And we have kind of mentioned this and highlighted this on a number of occasions. The ask that we have in the 5-year plan around our capital is our minimum requirements to move Police Scotland up to a satisfactory standard across the kind of core components of running a national police force. If we get just over half of that, then the consequences are what they are, I'm afraid, and we'll have to kind of try and make do, which leaves us kind of short of where we should be as a national force. Hopefully that provides a little bit of colour of that, but again, we've explained this to the Resources Committee and obviously look to the board to try and advocate for us in terms of getting more capital. But that's all I'd add on that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Tom, you want to come back?
Thanks for that. Comprehensive, and it covered broader than the specific that I asked, but it's concerning. You talk about a very significant shortfall in capital here, and as a board, we need to acknowledge that. Along with board member Jane Ryder, we had the opportunity during COP26 to visit officers on the ground at Stewart Street Police Office. And I was alarmed at the state of decor in the place and flaking paint in the walls. And you're describing to me only being able to look at virtually what are health and safety issues, and as opposed to the sort of things that I'm talking about. And all this impacts on trust and confidence in policing. So I would want Chair to just acknowledge my own concern about this level of investment at this time.
Thank you, Tom. I think your concerns clearly shared across the board and with Chief Constable and David Page. The issue for us, and it's a shared issue, is to be sure that all the efficiencies we can get in policing have been driven as far and fast as possible. And secondly, that we are prioritising the budgets we have, the capital budget, for those which are of immediate requirement, and the shortfalls are clearly articulated, and that's what we can jointly advocate for. I think without that, and that's what we're heading towards, I think we're going to jointly make a proposal. Chief Constable and I discussed that this morning, as he said, trying our best to articulate both the priorities within the current capital constraints and that which won't be done. That is all very important. And the operational decisions on what won't be done must remain with the Chief Constable. But we as the oversight body must say, what impact does that have on public confidence, as your question started with, Tom? So I don't want to overcook this, but I do think this is one of the challenges we're facing. We should be utterly aware, and we all are, of the public pay and expenditure constraints that we're under. We shouldn't be naive, and we should be as helpful and progressive as possible to drive the efficiencies, create the priorities, and show what may happen to the policing service if we don't get where we'd like to get to. So I think I rely very much on Grant and his committee to talk about the efficiencies, and I rely on the board to give us a broad steer, as you have done there, Tom, about what we want to see. Now, and I've said right from the beginning of my tenure as chair, and reflecting what Chief Constable says, Police Scotland has less access to technology on average than every other police service in the United Kingdom, and that's unacceptable. It really is unacceptable, and it's unacceptable for the public point of view. It's not a must-have. It's not a nice to have. It's a must-have to get that technology right. The future efficiency of policing will rely. The final thing to say, and Grant tells me this very well, is that capital is not enough by itself. Almost everything has a revenue cost these days. Every item of capital has a recurring revenue cost, and that also adds a double whammy to the budget. David tells me this as well. David Page says to this me most time we have a discussion. So we have a shared agenda here. Let's just be quite clear. And the chief has said quite explicitly, Tom, in answer to your question, he's concerned, and I think we should just reflect that concern as well on the board. What we do about it, I think, is part of what we're going to be writing together to the Scottish Government, but also be quite clear that there is competition for this very scarce public resource, and we've got to make the best case possible. And I think that's what our internal discussions are about at the moment, and I hope that comes back to the board and we can have some positive news about this, or we discuss the priorities and the impact on public trust that may happen. So I don't want to be waving a shroud here. I don't want to be making undue concern, but at the moment it's a shared concern, Tom. Come back to it, yeah. Okay, thank you very much to Mary and Caroline.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chief Constable, for your report. I was particularly pleased to read the paragraph about the positive experience Police Scotland has had over the first year of the Modern Apprenticeship and Policing programme. I think wanted to offer my congratulations and say well done to the 600 probationary officers who've taken part over that first year of the programme, but also to say thank you to all of the people who've supported them, whether within Police Scotland, within SDS or within the colleges. It's a really positive bit of progress, and I wish everybody involved all the best with that. Can I also say thank you very much for your supplementary comments this morning, particularly in relation to police reform. I think we're all aware of Sir Michael Barber's strategic review of policing in England and Wales, and I noted the comments in response from the Chief Constable and from the Chair, and would agree that reform in Scotland has delivered real and lasting benefits. However, Sir Michael's review is yet another to call out the cultural challenges that exist in policing. It's important, I think, to acknowledge that those challenges don't just exist in policing, they're not unique to policing. They exist in other sectors and organisations, and indeed in society as a whole. Could I ask Chief Constable to say a bit more about the cultural challenges and how he sees policing in Scotland responding to these?
Thank you for your comments, Mary. And again, I think as I stressed a number of times in my comments this morning, that I do think this is a major issue for the service going forward. 23,000 people drawn from all the various communities and parts of Scotland, with all the background and history that comes with that. What I think within policing is that I think we actually have an obligation and a duty of leadership in this area. And I don't think simply that, well, we reflect society, therefore the issues are inevitably going to be part of policing. I think because of our role, because of the coercive powers that we have, because of the expectations rightly on policing, that we need to drive with a level of complete lack of any tolerance for misogyny, for racism, for any level or form of discrimination. Now, this is work that we have been driving over a number of years. Since I became the Chief Constable, I knew that we needed to look at our culture. We needed to make sure that we were inclusive. Now, that's been reinforced externally. Sir Michael Barber's work, as you said, concentrating on England and Wales. Surprised to me to an extent, and I've commented publicly on this, that in looking at policing in England and Wales and calling for reform and change, the people didn't necessarily take any particular lessons or insight from Scotland. And as I've said repeatedly, we didn't get everything right, but we have got lived experience in this area. So as a result of that, I am going to write to Sir Michael Barber and offer our own reflections on the learning, and also share that with colleagues. And in terms of those cultural changes, I said we've been driving this very, very hard, and maybe invite DCC Fiona Taylor to comment on the work that she's been leading in terms of our work regarding equality, diversity and inclusion, the involvement of staff associations, representative groups, external viewpoints, making sure that we've got the expertise, the insight available to us so that we can take on that responsibility of leadership that I think policing has to do. And we need to look at these issues square in the eye and address them. But again, if I may, can I maybe ask Fiona just to say a little bit more about the work that she's leading in regard to equality, diversity and inclusion?
Chief, thank you, Chair, with your indulgence. Mary, we are, and I know we have, through the auspices of your committee, recently carried out a deep dive into some of the EDI activity that's ongoing in Police Scotland. But just again, for other board members on the call this morning, we have just this week launched our Policing Together intranet site, which will be the home for the wider EDI initiative that we are collectively undertaking across Police Scotland at the moment. It will enable us to bring more focus on how policing in Scotland reflects, represents and serves our communities. It will make absolutely clear that, as the Chief said, there is no place in policing in Scotland for discrimination of any kind, for homophobia, for misogyny, for any sort of racist views. I am exceptionally grateful through the auspices of the EDI Oversight Board and now Policing Together for the support that we have received from our statutory and our diversity staff associations, who all bring different experiences, different voices to the Oversight Board. I want to make it very clear to colleagues across the organisation that we are listening to our colleagues, particularly from the staff associations, that we are picking up on the issues and the tribulations that they deal with on a day in, day out basis in policing in Scotland. To that end, we've taken a broader approach than colleagues in England and Wales in terms of internal action plans. We have created, Malcolm Graham is leading for us on an action plan at the moment to look at the issues of internal misogyny and sexism. But to date, we have worked with the other diversity staff associations, as colleagues on the call this morning may know, to create action plans to consider the experiences of Black and minority ethnic officers, to consider the experiences of officers with caring responsibilities, to ensure that we understand neurodiversity issues within our organisation, to ensure that we're listening to those staff associations that represent colleagues with particular sort of religious views. Now, I am very clear, and I have been, if you like, from the start, that we need to effect sort of tactical, practical and sustainable change across Police Scotland. So again, in terms of these action plans, one of our ACCs is now leading a short life working group to ensure that actually we are giving effect to the action plans and that we are delivering across our organisation against the actions within them. We are aggregating that up into our performance reporting process, again, to ensure that we have got strategic visibility on the progress that we're making across the organisation in terms of enhancing the culture of the organisation for all of our colleagues. The Chief mentioned the next tranche of Your Leadership Matters activity, which will be delivered to around 5,000 of our first and second line managers, both police officers and police staff. The kind of key element of that leadership programme, clearly we will offer up the tools, tactics, the support, for first and second line managers to have those really really positive, productive working relationships with their teams and their peers and their own line managers. But actually the golden strand, the golden thread leading or being led through that sort of mass audience Your Leadership Matters programme will be around equality, diversity and inclusion within policing in Scotland, and what your responsibilities as a leader within policing in Scotland are to ensuring that our culture does not tolerate any of those suboptimal and deleterious behaviours that the Chief references on a regular basis. I am also very grateful for the work which is being carried out under the leadership of Robin Ifla. One of the Eilish Angelini recommendations that we have discharged by means of the creation of an independent review group. That review group is actually, I think, meeting today. It is now getting into its stride and it is becoming very much an external, critical, challenging friend to Police Scotland, and it will focus particularly on organisational culture. And of course, the last thing I will say is that whilst we did take the decision to move into the tactical space initially in order that we could ensure that the organisation knows that its leadership cares about them, we are now also in the latter stages of finalising an equality, diversity and inclusion strategy, which will align with the people strategy, and again, which will ensure that we have got that more strategic sort of visibility of our ambition in the EDI sort of arena. And I will pause there, Chair.
Thank you, DCC Taylor. Mary, have your hand up. Come back, please.
Yes, thank you. I think they're very comprehensive answers, and thank you very much for explaining the breadth of the work that's ongoing. I think we recognise there are no quick fixes here, and that for culture change to be sustainable, it has to be properly embedded. But I do think the authority wants to be comforted about the pace of the work that's ongoing and the actions that you've outlined in the various action plans. I wonder if you could just say something about that, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and we do absolutely appreciate the necessity to move at pace. Again, to the Chief's earlier point around the kind of national demographic. I'm conscious that colleagues in England and Wales are still actually moving towards the delivery of an action plan, which looks particularly at race-related issues. We have been in a space of delivering against our action plan now probably for the last 8 to 12 months. So we are moving quickly into that delivery phase. I am very conscious, though, that the proof of the pudding, if you like, is in whether actually our colleagues feel that the organisation is different and whether that difference resonates with them, which is why, as I say, I am very keen to ensure that actually the effect that we believe that we are giving to our action plans is actually making a difference to colleagues across the organisation, which is why I'm grateful to Steve Johnson for chairing that short life working group. And I will expect Steve to ensure that actually we are making the relevant progress. Now, again, because of the size and scale of our organisation, and because actually I want to make sure that, under the Chief's leadership, we get things right, it will take some time to create the next tranche of the Your Leadership Matters programme. And actually, I thought it was really important that in the discovery phase of the build to that programme, we engaged extensively with diversity staff associations, with members of the External Independent Review Group, with colleagues in the NPCC and the like, to ensure actually that the content of that programme is going to be fit for purpose and it is going to be effecting lasting and sustainable change. So I think it's fair to say that because this is a complex programme of activity at the moment, different elements of it are moving at different stages, and different elements of it are at different phases. But I am also, I am also reassured by the amount of independent external oversight that this programme of work is receiving at the moment, which is certainly keeping me very focused, and through which I'm sure that if we are failing to deliver sufficiently expeditiously in particular areas, I'll receive that feedback pretty quickly, I would think.
Thank you very much for that. I think the authority very much shares your desire to see the impact of all of this work as quickly as possible. So wish you well with that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I do think this is one of those areas, again, about maintaining high levels of public trust in policing in Scotland. And as the Chief indicated, there are remarkable high levels from the polling data. If we can just press you on this, because it will come back over this next months and years. The metrics to provide evidence on change, I think, is something the board will always be seeking. And from those metrics, degree of assurance from the DCC and Chief Constable about the pace of change. So I think if you can have in mind those big issues from the board, I am sure in detail we'll be going through many of these issues through our people and other forms of area. But metrics to provide the evidence of change, and then assurance on the pace of change is probably the big board tests, I think, on this area. I think I said, I know I said last time, it's not an issue about your commitment. It's not an issue about where you are in advance of the English and Welsh forces, which I take your word for. What I think of is independently, we want to be assured of this evidence of the change. And I think that was part of behind Angelina's report as well. Fiona, you want to come back and make a comment on that?
No, it was just to get, again, it was just to give you the reassurance that in order to assure our oversight body, the performance report, as Tom I think alluded to this morning, will now include equality, diversity and inclusion outcomes. Those are our equality outcomes, and that is also activity against internal action plans. So we are reporting, or we will get into the routine, the regime of reporting publicly on both the changes that we are making internally, the outcomes as a consequence of those changes, and that will in its own right also speak to the speed with which those changes are being made.
Excellent. I really look forward to hearing more about that through the appropriate committees and to the board. Really excellent. Thank you. Tom McMahon's been sitting patiently waiting for our comments on the draft or the Chief's draft annual police plan. Can I ask any board members if they've got any questions? Tom made a very clear oversight about the process, the iterative process to develop the plan, and how many, who has been engaged in it. Any comments at this stage before it gets passed to Parliament and the ministers? Alistair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Really welcome the iterative approach that's been taken and had an opportunity to get some earlier sight of it and ask questions and discuss it. There was one area really that I just want a comment on, and the way I'm reading this, we've got strong strategies that have been developed over a number of years, and this is what is going to help to operationalise and deliver on these strategies. Is the way I'm reading this annual policing plan. I think it's developed really well. So it's that deliverability. It's making sure that the policing priorities come to life is the way I'm reading it. So I'm just looking for comment around that statement.
Thanks.
But my comment would be, you're absolutely right, Alistair. This is what we're going to do next year to deliver on these longer term strategic challenges that we've given ourselves. When each of the deputies have clear ownership of every level of activity. I clearly hold them to account in a robust manner at Strategic Leadership Board every month in terms of some of our day-to-day contacts, and then also through our kind of strategic review. So there's very clear alignment and ownership. There's timeframes attached to them, all towards this movement, this growth, this continued development to create the service all it can be that's aligned with those strategic objectives that we've set and that people are aware of. That is very different from how we operated in some of the early years, where we were producing annual police plans almost on a ad hoc year-to-year basis. We've now established that framework. A lot of the work that Tom has done, the DCO, all the deputies have led, gives us that level of consistency. And then this is about what we're going to do on a day-to-day basis as a service, and then that's supplemented, as Tom McMahon said earlier, by the local policing plans that sit in every area. And it should sit as a, as a complementary, almost set of Russian dolls. But actually, it's a real live document. That's why I like it. It's not. You can pick it up and look at when we're talking about objectives. Well, what are you actually going to do, and who's going to lead on it, and when's it going to be done? And those are the questions I ask regularly. Thank you, Alistair.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chief Constable. I mean, that golden thread, from local policing all the way up to the national outcome, and this plays a critical part in it. And just final comment is just to highlight how it is now linked within the performance management framework as well. And we've also got linkage into benchmarking. So it'll give us all an opportunity going forward to scrutinise the effective delivery that we all expect, what we need to see. So the connectivity of all across the organisation, that strength and governance, I think is worth commenting on.
Thank you, Alistair. And I would agree with that. And as you know, Alistair, as well, that's something that would never stand still. We can always add to stuff. We can remove superfluous elements if we've got that within our governance model and structure. So that there's never a moment in time that everything freezes. It just continually changes. But the strategic direction and the complementary level of national and local planning, and again, big compliment to those that have led that through David, Tom McMahon, Kirsten Louise, who's on the call as well, and the teams right across Scotland. But it's never done. We're just constantly looking to make it better and more aligned, just exactly as you said.
Thank you very much. Jane, you had your hand up. Did you want to talk?
I did, but I think my questions are perhaps too detailed, but this discussion has picked up exactly what we were discussing at the Audit Risk Committee, and in terms of the measures and the means of evaluation which will provide the line of sight. And so, but simply in relation to this plan, thought those are exceptionally good questions on performance measures and insights. The issue, I suppose, for the Chief and then for all of us is, so what is going to demonstrate how these are being achieved? And that's something that will be scrutinised in committee. But I thought those were really very interesting performance questions indeed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Grant?
Thanks, Chair. Chief Constable, I would also commend you and your team for a very readable report on the plan on the way forward. I just wondered if, given the comments that I'm sure we'll come to it when we're looking at the budget shortly, but also DCO Page's comments a few minutes ago about the things we're not able to do. And I wondered whether, in fact, somewhere in either in the plan itself or in the way you actually brief Parliament, because I'm sure that it'll be of interest to MSPs, if something could be said about what is unable to be done given current budget constraints. Now, there's a big shortfall in capital, but there's also a number of things on revenue you'd like to do. But whilst you're trying to do as best you can with the resource constraints you've got, I wonder whether, in fact, surfacing a little bit more about in ways that the MSPs can understand what can't be done because of resource constraints might be actually helpful to them in understanding the overall position.
Yes, thank you, Grant. And you know, I think it is our intention to touch upon that in our joint submission for the SR. We've already shared a level of granular detail with some of the officials that would point out some scenario planning, if you like, with that level of investment. There would be significant risk with what we would assess to be a legitimate level of investment. A lot of that risk would be mitigated. But of course, my responsibility as Chief Constable is to achieve best value with the resources that are allocated. I also recognise that I don't exist within a vacuum. You know, the pressures on the public purse are enormous. So our annual police plan has to be practical. It has to face up the challenges. We will make progress, but at the same time, I think there is this collective responsibility, exactly as you say, and I try to do it whenever I can to articulate some of the challenges that we have. It's all too easy to point out the gaps in our estates or our capability or our investment. But actually, I think it's our collective responsibility, you as an authority, myself as a chief and all the senior team on this call, to make a strong case for that investment. But I would never do so in a way that would, I think, would be irresponsible. I do recognise the pressures that are on the public purse across the United Kingdom and here in Scotland. We really welcome the robustness that you bring in the Resources Committee, the advice, the thoughts, the conversations that we have. And I do think the point you make, I think we will include that in our joint submission for the spending review coming up. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful to make it clear to MSPs the difference between what you're able to do and what you'd like to do to provide the right service to the people of Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we should be clear about that together, Grant. I mean, the authority and policing should be clear about that, and it's our public interest duty to say, if there are resource constraints on policing, here's what the impact on public safety may be or public confidence may be. I think this is one of the challenge for us to be even clearer about this over the next 2 to 3 years. I think over the year of this annual police plan, what I take from it is this relentless focus on delivery. That's what the board should be particularly interested in, but keep a really weather eye out for the strategic issues which we have broadly discussed in terms of culture. The big ones about long-term income for policing. But what the policing plan sets out is a delivery timetable. If I could just say this, because my privileged position to being chair of Policing Performance Committee, I did read the policing annual policing plan from 3 years ago, Tom, and I think this come on leaps and bounds. And I know that's no great comfort to the board to say it wasn't as good as it is now, because the board is always ambitious for it to be even better. But I just think congratulations to our own teams within the SPA and yours for working with the senior management team within policing to actually drive that. If anybody looked at those two plans, it would be chalk and cheese. What the board now wants, more measures, more metrics, which are yours to identify about progress, not as Jane said, they're not. But yours in this sense, I want my own staff within the SPA to be absolutely with you in offering any advice they have to you about what those measures, rather than say, please measure, or what are those measures that they may come by. So I don't see any more hands up. I do say that glass half full. It's a significant improvement. There are changes which you committed to, Chief Constable, constantly improving this. I take great comfort from Michelle Miller's observation at the beginning about the improving framework for performance. I think that's important to the board to have that assurance, and we don't never stand still. So thanks for all your work, Tom, and your team. Kirsty Louise, thank you for the annual police plan, Chief Constable, and we look forward to it being presented. So just remind me, is it to ministers or is it to Parliament? I should know this, but it'd be helpful just to have it on record here. Tom, did you?
Vice Chair, it's submitted to Parliament. We formally submit it to Parliament, and it goes to the Justice Committee.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Okay, so we're very slightly ahead of our time. So I'm going to come to the Chief Constable's report. The Chief Executive's report. Thank you, Chief Constable, very much indeed for your report, by the way. Did you have any final comments to make to us?
No, just to thank everyone's involvement in the development of the annual police plan. I think if colleagues have said it, this has been through Performance Committee and has had the observations from the authority and others, and also just welcome the opportunity to discuss, and we'll come back to this on the budget, about the responsibility that all of us have to make sure that the service is properly maintained and resourced, and I do welcome those public conversations. So thank you for that.
And thank you all. Right, I'm going to move on to item 6, the Chief Executive's report. I think this is Chris Brown going to present this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So there are 3 components to the Chief Exec's report this month, which I'll address in turn. So firstly, item 6A, which is the usual CEO report. I'll take the report as read, but I would probably specifically highlight the update that the annual report and accounts process for 2021/22 is now well underway. I know Vice Chair Jane Ryder alluded to this in her ARAC update, and a timetable was reported to the ARAC last week, and we're on track to submit the first draft Audit Scotland in late June, with final versions scheduled to come to the September authority meeting. I think that's entirely consistent with previous years, so shouldn't be a surprise to members. There was nothing else I was going to pull out at this point, Chair, so I'm happy to pause there for any questions before introducing the 2 more substantive items, if that's okay.
Thanks very much, Chief Executive Brown. Can we just take that as read unless got any questions? No, I see no hands up. People are nodding. Can we just move on to your governance review, please?
Yes, thank you. So 6B, governance review. So the authority is committed to regular reviews of its governance arrangements. Following a significant review back in 2020, this latest piece of work has focused this time on simplifying our arrangements, reducing any duplication, increasing clarity where we can, and delegating authority where appropriate. The recommendations before members today focus on a series of updates to our standing orders, our terms of reference, the scheme of delegation, and matters reserved for the board. And these recommendations follow engagement with members, with Forensic Services, and also with Police Scotland. On the whole, a review of this documentation, so that being the governance, the extant governance arrangements, has concluded that the corporate governance framework is effective and working well, with minimal substantive changes being recommended at this point. And for transparency, you'll see that the changes are summarised in the covering report and clearly marked on the appendices as well. One specific point I would probably want to pull out for members is the delegation to the Chief Executive in relation to the approval of non-operational overseas deployments under Section 87, subsection 3 of the Police and Fire Reform Act. This flows from discussions with Police Scotland to enhance the oversight of the service's overseas deployment activities, and recognises the robust range of checks and balances which underpin these arrangements, and the role of the Police Scotland's International Development Board. This also reads across to the comments from the Chair earlier around the Exceptional Circumstances Committee and the approval of the very final overseas deployment under the existing arrangements. And obviously that will be something that will need to be repeated going forward should these changes be approved today. I think it's probably also important to note that the next phase of work under this governance review is looking at updates to the authority's financial regulations, delegations and protocols. These are currently subject to ongoing engagement with both Police Scotland and the Scottish Government, and we will be presented to an authority meeting in the coming months. I think we're aiming for mid to late calendar year on that one. So essentially any further changes to governance arrangements can and will be addressed at that point. Before I stop, Chair, I would, if it's okay, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Vice Chair Jane Ryder in particular, who has been instrumental in offering a member's perspective throughout this review. And I think it would also be remiss of me not to thank Eleanor Goff from the Strategic Business Management team for all of her hard work in getting us to this point. So thanks to both. I'd be happy at this point to take any questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Can I just, you are recommending these to us. I just want to be clear that these are for our approval, recommended by you to us.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Jane, for your oversight of this, which I asked you to undertake, and for the next phase too. Are you recommending these to us from your position too?
Yes, definitely. I think this phase one definitely meets the objectives which we set about simplifying, reducing duplication, and as Chris says, there is a phase two to come, which will, I think, have potentially even more impact if we can achieve the sort of delegation, financial delegation that we would like to achieve. So yes, I very much recommend this and do commend the work of all of the staff, and particularly Eleanor, who has worked incredibly hard on this. If I could also just take the moment, I wanted to, just in respect of the Chief Executive's report, because another bit of work I've been sponsoring was the ICVS review, and Michelle referred to it, but I just think that that has had such a positive impact already by that greater visibility, which is one of the things we wanted to ensure. And there's a lot of internal work that's been going on, including consultation with the ICVS visitors themselves to make sure they have an input into this. And I think you'll see the results of that coming through over the coming year.
Okay, thank you very much. ICVS critical to give us assurance about the services human rights approach of people in custody, a central part of a role that the SPA plays. Under-recognised, and I'm glad that you're giving it more visibility. Thank you, Jane, and thank you for the staff involved in that too within Barry Siller's team. Can I ask you to approve? I mean, these are nuts and bolts issues. We've been through them across our desks many times. Can I ask you to approve these various items? Thank you very much. Do that. And now I'm going to come on again to Chris to look at the SPA business plan. Chris, can I come to you there?
Yes, you can. And so item 6C, as you say, is the annual business plan. So this is presented for discussion and sets out the priorities and areas of focus for the authority's corporate team for the year ahead. The activities align to the outcomes set in our corporate plan and includes activities in relation to public interest focused support and oversight of policing, developing best practice and governance arrangements, and also enhancing the authority's engagement approach. The plan's been developed with the staff team and informed by comments and feedback from key stakeholders, including Police Scotland and HMICS. And can I say that we're very grateful for that feedback? I think it's important to consult on these things, and we got some very useful commentary back. Underpinning the plan is already actually a series of delivery milestones which will be tracked and monitored internally by the senior management team and reported quarterly to ARAC. The activities contained within the plan, as you would expect, will also form the basis of individual and team objectives for the year ahead across the corporate team. Yet again, I'd like to thank Jane Ryder, who's provided insight and a member's perspective throughout this development process. And I'd also like to thank the corporate team, Jackie McKelvey in particular, actually, who have put a considerable amount of effort into developing this plan and the detailed milestones that sit behind it. This plan has now been reviewed and approved by CEO Lynn Brown ahead of her return to the authority at the start of April. So we have that approval banked as well. And finally, I guess my colleague Barry Sillers, who has fairly relentlessly led and driven this work on behalf of the senior management team, is also with me today to take any questions that members may have. And thanks to Barry as well for pushing this for us. So on that note, Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely delighted to see Lynn Brown in her preface on here. I'm in regular contact, weekly contact with her, and this will be the driving delivery item for her over this next week for her and the staff. As you say, Chris, thank you for everybody who's been behind this, and thank you for Jane for having the oversight from a board member to guide it through its various iterations. Very grateful for that. I don't think we need to approve this, Chris. We're just noting it. Am I right?
Yeah, I think it's technically for discussion, so essentially for noting. There's no approval required today.
Are there any comments before I just ask you to note it? I don't want to underplay this. Paul.
Yeah, can I ask item 4C, the aspect relating to corporate parenting, practically what is what are you proposing with this? What's been, you know, what action is coming from this? You've got a corporate parenting plan. How are you going to promote the rights of children as part of this?
Who's going to answer this question?
I think that would probably sit more in Barry's space if he wants to take that one.
Okay, Barry, go please.
Yeah, I can do. Thanks for the question. It's very much a kind of, so the SPA have a corporate and parenting plan. Even more importantly, so do Police Scotland. So there's a bit of kind of partnership and interface there already. What specifically we've taken a work stream forward is understanding those seldom heard young people. So we're building a relationship with an organisation called Who Cares Scotland, who have a specific locus in those care experienced youngsters. And we're playing that in through all of the business that we do, our briefing to members and our interactions with Police Scotland. But as you'll quite rightly point out, our actual physical interaction on a day-to-day basis with young people is very much more through Police Scotland. So we're doing what we can in terms of, you know, policy advice to members and actually reaching out to small groups, but the majority of that kind of impact for the policing system would be through Police Scotland's day-to-day business.
Yeah, thanks for that. My question wasn't really about Police Scotland, because I absolutely get, you know, how much they're doing on this. It was what the SPA as a scrutiny body can do to embed children's rights within the SPA. That's kind of where it was coming from. What that means practically. But you've kind of touched on that, so thanks for that.
Yeah, I think just to reinforce again, you'll see through things like the Police and Performance Committee, our members' expectation for a children's rights impact assessment, and particularly Michelle and Katrina have that kind of focus very much to the front of the questioning that we develop with them at the committee. So I think from a practical point of view, that's where we as a staff group try to shine a light on the importance of children and young people. Also building relationships and sharing policy insights with the Children's and Young Persons Commissioner and their team. And there's a piece of work that we're doing at the moment to better understand the contact for under 18s from Police Scotland. We're doing that with the chair. So there's a few strands which are very strongly focused on the importance of that kind of, you know, children's rights agenda and understanding what children, you know, how they interact with policing and the importance of that.
Great, thank you.
Jane. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. And just to follow that up, I believe I'm right, Barry and Chris, that there is underpinning this is the SPA's own milestones and metrics for individual staff performance, which are not actually included in this, but there is sitting underneath this. I know Jackie McKelvey and all of the staff are doing a lot of work on milestones and metrics corporately, and then feeding down into individual staff requirements and commitments, which is what you would expect.
That's true. I mean, there's quite a complex series of essentially individual activities and milestones that underpin each of the objectives on the business plan. I wouldn't want to try to recall any individual ones at this point, but members will have full visibility of this. And as I said earlier, all of these will be monitored by the SNT and will be reported up through ARAC on a quarterly basis too.
Okay, thank you. I kind of detected a bit of scepticism, Paul, from you about whether or not there was a role for the SPA in terms of corporate parenting. Was that
no, there is in law. Sorry, I've been in interviews for board members from another role where corporate parenting report was part of that, and I had the corporate parenting report up to the Care Inspectorate Board yesterday, and it is something I'm obviously very interested in having been a corporate parent for 28 years. So yeah, it's just something that the report just wanted to get a little bit more flesh on. I know Police Scotland are a very significant partner in this because of the nature with youth justice system, etc., and so on. But I just wanted to get a little bit more information on this.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I know you take a particular interest in this area.
Sorry, Chair, was that me? You were...
It was. Sorry, Michelle.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. It was just to say, really, I'm really. I know that it's easy to think because we sit as a scrutiny body that's the extent of the potential for our responsibility in relation to corporate parenting. But I think given that we are also an employer, you know, there are lots of creative ways that we could think about how we have taken a more direct role in terms of corporate parenting. Apprenticeship schemes, for example, that are targeted specifically at looked after children, you know, and there are other things that we could do. So I think it's really important that we think of all of the things that we might do, not just the things that we're limited by in terms of our role.
Thank you. And as that corporate plan gets reported through the system, the board would like visibility on progress. If there are these clear metrics, we'd like to have a regular report from the chief executive about progress through I think it's going through ARAC first, which is great to have a report via ARAC. So thank you very much for that. And reflecting your thank you, Chris, and thank you particularly to yourself for all your work. You didn't mention yourself, so thank you very much for that. I think we just note that report then, and we look forward to the progress being made under that report. And it's not to underestimate this, Barry, your work or the team's work on this at all, as we pass it and say we look forward to actually seeing the progress being made under this very interesting plan. Okay, item 7. Now I'm going to welcome Vice Chair of COSLA, Graham Houston, to join the meeting with us. Hello, Graham. Very nice to see you.
Nice to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And we have a member of your team with us, a policy manager, Elisa. Hi, Elisa. I met you with the President and Nicola Dickey on Friday and the Chief Constable. So let me just hear firstly, Graham, from Barry Sillars, and then I'm going to pass to you, if you don't mind, very briefly, Barry, if you can give us some background to this report.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I will be very brief. There's a covering paper and then the review document itself. I'll take both as read. Just to be clear, members are invited today just to endorse the findings, and I would like only, really, having taken the paper as read, just to highlight and recognise the breadth of inputs that have actually come together to make what is actually quite a short but very important document. So starting with our own SPA staff who kind of kicked the process off with a catalyst of doing a page-by-page comparative analysis of all of the existing local police plans, which then developed the kind of groundwork for a truly tripartite piece of work with Police Scotland, both staff and Tom's team and wider, and most importantly, local area commanders playing into this piece of work. COSLA themselves, but also the local authorities, the local scrutiny panels, and in fact, as you'll see in the back end of the paper, some community groups who also played in to the review itself. So a very joined up and integrated piece of work. I'll stop there and leave the floor to Graham Houston, and then for Police Scotland colleagues in turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Firstly, to the Vice President COSLA, Graham Houston, and then I want to bring in DCC Will Kerr, who also was critical to this process. Graham, to you first.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity just to speak to this and to support it as well. I think the recommendations are certainly overall constructive as future actions, and that I think will improve the production of the local policing plans as well. Also, I think they'll be very helpful when particularly actioned, because we'll have quite a considerable new intake of councillors after the elections in May of this year. I think the improvements that are planned in this area are likely to support, I think, the ongoing work, both by the authority themselves, to address the kind of low levels of confidence in policing, which is often felt in areas of multiple deprivation, and I think we all understand that. I think one of the comments that was made by a member at our last meeting was flagging up that sometimes local police plans are not as easy to influence as in that member's experience. They were too late in the process and little scope for councillors to shape them. But I think Police Scotland are aware of that and at the meeting acknowledged that and are keen to start sharing that sooner rather than later as we go forward, and that's welcome. So I think as COSLA very much welcome taking the review forward in a partnership approach with Police Scotland and with the Police Authority as well as we've done about facilitating engagement with elected members via the Community Wellbeing Board and the Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum as well. But I think the review that we're looking at today is really a testament to the positive, the very constructive relationship between COSLA, between the SPA and with Police Scotland colleagues as well. And there's a very strong, that was very strong at the height of COVID, as we've all experienced those sort of challenges. And I think we acknowledge that. We've just produced our COSLA's 5 years retrospective. This is our story from 2017 to 2022, and that's just been recently published. And I think that level of cooperation and relationship, a very positive relationship, has been reflected there as well. As you may well know, that our Community Wellbeing Board has endorsed the review's recommendations. That was done at its last meeting early in March, and I know we'll continue to receive updates on progress with implementing the review's recommendations as and when appropriate. And certainly, this is a period of change for local government with the elections just around the corner. So the review's recommendations, as I said, will be very helpful when they're actioned because we, as I said, a number of new councillors in post. So we look forward to working in partnership, to continue working in partnership to take forward the review's recommendations. We know how important local scrutiny is for councillors across the length and breadth of the country, and we continue to be committed to our continued to support and enable both scrutiny both nationally and locally. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, thank you very much, Graham. Will Kerr, DCC Kerr.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just to build on some of the comments that Councillor Houston was pointing out there, I mean, I think the tripartite approach to this review highlighted two critical issues for us in Police Scotland. Firstly, obviously, the criticality of local relationships and local input and participation in the process of policing and being able to, and feeling as if they're able to hold us to account as well. That's incredibly important to state the obvious. But also, secondly, I mean, our responsibility as a police service and our willingness to both actively listen to local communities and proactively respond to the things that actually matter to them. And we see that in some of the changes at the minute through this evolving definition of the front line for policing. And the front line for policing is not just public space management and visibility now. It's about how we police the public domain, private domain, and also increasingly the digital domain and digital spaces. And actually, we've got to get better at a police service, and we're doing this. We have a process of engagement with scrutiny panels at the moment to go out and articulate and explain and engage and actually what some of our hidden specialist services do. And that's a process. We're doing that collectively pre-local government elections, but that's a process that we intend to continue post-elections and a very bespoke a series of briefings for all 32 local authority areas, as Councillor Houston rightly points out. A lot of the local councillors and members and conveners of those scrutiny panels are likely to change after the 5th of May. I mean, the findings we found generally, we found the findings very encouraging. I mean, that local participation in local policing plans is good. The review is very clear in that. We found that really encouraging, actually, that there was a lot actually to see as positive in this. It felt like an important tool for local accountability as well. We were pleased and encouraged to see that come through in the tripartite review, but there were also a couple of things that we know we can improve on. I mean, there's some of those improvements are systemic. There's a lot of variability across the 32 local authority areas. Well, in some respects, that's good because it should reflect what local concerns are. That of itself isn't necessarily a problem, but actually making sure there's standardisation and an equity in all 32 local authority areas about how local councillors and communities can hold us to account is something that the review's picked up on in a wee bit of detail as well. And I suppose one of the key issues for me that we've picked up on the Police Scotland side of the review is this very important point about accessibility and representation and the local policing plans as well, making sure that we're not just always reflecting the voices who are most regularly or most loudly heard, and that we're making significant and proactive efforts to reach out to more seldom heard voices or more quieter voices within communities to make sure that their concerns are reflected fully. That was a very important point that we've taken out of the review and something that we're looking at very seriously. But like all public services, we just need to constantly challenge ourselves. This isn't something we'll just be doing every 3 years. This is a regular ongoing process with local communities. We've now got in place a far better both tonal and structural relationship with COSLA and with Solace to make sure that we're constantly pushing ourselves to see, is there more that we need to do? To make sure that there's full knowledge and accessibility of policing services, but two, that we explain that wide spectrum of policing roles from the very visible within local communities right up to a lot of specialist assets who work from Gartcosh or various other regional bases throughout Scotland, but actually they're only there to deal with harms and risks to community members in every community in Scotland. They don't just deal with crime at Gartcosh. And we're part of this briefing process that we're going through at the moment with scrutiny panels, and the chief recorded a short video for the start of all of those, because we want to be able to show what we're doing for local communities against that full array of frontline responsibilities, public, private and digital spaces. So I'll stop at that point, Chair. I think it's been a very useful tripartite process. We were grateful for the support of not just the SBA, but in particular COSLA, and we think some of the structural improvements we've made in that relationship can only help improve policing, and ultimately that can only be a good thing.
Thank you very much. And before I open up to members, just to say this initiative was a discussion between myself initially and Will Kerr, to say that if we're going to look at this area of police plans, the basis on which local policing is delivered within a national framework, the only critical third-party partner for us was COSLA. And COSLA has been absolutely fantastic in terms of working with us on that. It would be much diminished if it was just ours or Police Scotland's, or it didn't involve. I think we have a strategic partnership with COSLA in terms of oversight of policing, and we're going to explore that more in the coming year after the May election. We discussed that with the outgoing president on Friday with the Chief Constable. So I think it is a report. This has been through it's been through Police Scotland's internal review mechanism, COSLA's internal, and now it comes to you at the board with the recommendation that we accept it. Are there any comments on the plan? I think, Paul, you had a question.
Yeah, I had 2 or 3 quick comments and questions. And firstly, to say, I think the point you were making, Mr. Kerr, about the importance of seldom heard voices. I would say that local government are absolutely superb at engaging with local communities. That's their modus operandi. So I think, using them as a conduit for that, I think would be quite a wise thing to do. And also, Mr. Houston made reference to the numbers of councillors retiring. And in my own local authority, Edinburgh, I think the last 3 diets of elections was a 50% turnover of councillors in each of those elections. And that refreshes it, but also means a loss of corporate memory and a loss of expertise as well at each election. So you have to be wary of that. The first couple of questions I'd got or observations was, bear with me a second, Chair, as I try and get it up. Recommendation number 4 about good practice, and there's always a tension between rolling out national good practice and localisation, and it's just an observation that I think good practice needs to be tailored locally. There's no sense in rolling out something that works in an area of multiple deprivation in rural Tweeddale, for example, because the problems are quite different there. The second observation was around the recommendation number 6 and the aspects relating to data sharing. Now, in my experience, good partnership works best when there's strong information sharing protocols in place and all partners are utilising them to the maximum. And I wonder, are there national standards for these, or are they done on an ad hoc local arrangements? And if they're not national standards, perhaps that's something we ought to be thinking about. And the next one I had was item recommendation 7, and the need for data clearing. And the observation I got was that up-to-date stats are important, but also so are meaningful trend information. And particularly when we've had, COVID impacted stats in the last couple of years, you're sometimes not comparing like with like, and maybe going back a little bit further would be, a more meaningful comparator. So those were my main observations on that, Chair. Questions?
Thank you very much, Paul. Maybe I just come to Will Kerr first. In terms of pluralism, which I think you're celebrating, but also learning across the various 32 local authority plans, or the number of plans, not the 32 plans. Can you address that one? And then the data sharing one, the wicked issue, Paul, can come back to the data sharing one.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree entirely with all the points that Paul has just made. I mean, it is a difficult balance because that sort of pluralism point, we're trying to share as much good practice, and there are massively good pockets of good practice across Scotland, but always trying to retain that local identity. And sometimes all we can do is say, look, here's something that works somewhere else, and if you want to try it, have a go at it if you think it'll work well with your community. And sometimes that's as much about local judgment, but having a clear drop-down menu of options which are based on preferably empirically based on good practice in one part of Scotland, and that's something we're getting better at doing in terms of having that clear drop-down menu of options. On the sharing information, I suppose that it's a bit of a smorgasbord of responsibilities around data sharing. I mean, some responsibilities are by statute, some by regulation, some by historical practice. I mean, if we were having this conversation a couple of years ago, we would have been using GDPR as an excuse not to share data. Now, I think the last couple of years during the pandemic, it's actually enabled a far more willing set of public service partners who are saying, look, if there's public values from sharing information and we're going to protect the community from harm, then let's just find reasons to do it. And actually, a GDPR can be as much enabling as inhibitive. It just depends how you read. It just depends how you read the regulations. And I think the last couple of years have changed how they're read. But in terms of some sort of standardized principles, I think the point is very well made. I think it would be helpful to have some sort of standardized principles about how public sector partners share data and share information for the greater and collective public good. I think that would be helpful, actually, and it's something that sometimes seems missing from discussions. On your point, Paul, about recommendation 7, particularly about trending lines, I mean, it's a good point, well made. I suppose the only slight caveat I would put around that is, whilst trend lines are important, it's an overall contextual information about making sure that we don't get fixated locally with trend data that relates to 20% of our demand. So sometimes there's a tendency only to look at the 20% of our 3.7 million calls a year that end up being crimed, and not actually to look at the demand as a whole. So I'd say that other 80% of demand, where we're actually protecting the community from as much harm, where we're performing that, as Fiona McQueen asked that very valid question earlier on, we're performing that sort of public service and of first resort when communities and citizens are at their most vulnerable, and actually being able for us to, and this is our responsibility as well, of course, for us to be able to present that whole package of what that demand is, and actually try and generate some of those local discussions about how we're performing against the elements where we have a monopoly, which is a crime-based demand, but actually around that wider well-being demand, how do we work most effectively at a local basis with local partners? And sometimes that's just as much relationship-based as structurally based. So I think, yeah, there's definitely things that we can take out of these recommendations and push a bit harder on.
Right, thanks for that.
Thank you very much. And I just make one point about data is that as we all know, and we're all trying to push harder in both Police Scotland and SPA, we have data coming out of our ears. What we don't have is we don't have always the best analysis of that data. And sometimes that data hard to analyze because it comes from different sources which are incompatible. So one of the challenges for local scrutiny is to find effective analysis of the data. And I think that's part of the result of this plan. We'll be more focused on what data those local scrutiny would like about what issues. I have raised with my discussions with local scrutiny conveners the Dame Angelini recommendation for them to have more data on conduct complaints and about police officers. And I would like that to be discussed through our own staff teams with the local scrutiny staff about whether that's valuable or not to have. But point well made. This is the start of a process, I hope, on this. I come back, Graham, come back to you, and then I'm going to go to Katrina. Sorry, yes, Katrina. Graham first.
Thank you. Just briefly on data sharing, absolutely support that. I think in the examples where we've had good local cooperation, then we can see the benefits of that data sharing. But this needs to be across all our public sector partners. It's not just between local authorities and Police Scotland. That willingness is there. I think we need to take in that wider concept of our partners in health as well, and recognise the challenges. As Mr. Kerr said, that the GDPR often has been hidden behind in the past, and recently shown the benefits that we can do in sharing it. And we need to focus on it. If we're moving into that preventative space and caring for people and looking after people, it's very clear that we have sufficient data that will signpost where future problems lie amongst individuals and families, etc. And in putting that together, we can then determine which agencies are the best placed to interact with that particular family or individual, whatever, to prevent the path that's ahead of them that we know from history will cost the public sector up to £2 million. So it's well worth doing, both for the individual's sake, I think from the public sector's sake, and for the resource that it takes us to do it. So I think all the local authorities would be more than happy if we could move forward with that and not just rely on local cooperation and using workarounds, but get something in statute if it's required to make it just easier to do for the benefit of those people that we're serving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Will, did you want to respond to that? No, you haven't. Katrina Stewart, then Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed reading this report. I find it incredibly positive and forward-looking and constructive. And I only really had a couple of comments to make. Someone who has a background in community engagement, I suppose, and I know how much time it can take to really effectively engage with people and to get their input and gain their trust, and it takes resources as well. I suppose recommendations 1 and 2 particularly resonated with me, and I'm really pleased to see them. And as you know, I've said before, I feel particularly concerned about people who may be experiencing an intersectionality of barriers or difficulties, if you like, and some people who have difficulties accessing the existing community groups because of those intersectionalities. So I'm specifically thinking in terms of perhaps people of colour or women of colour who are also disabled, particularly maybe have an invisible disability, as it's called, such as being autistic. So all I really wanted to say was really welcome this report. And really looking forward to seeing how it rolls out. So considering new methods to improve engagement, I'm really fascinated to see what that looks like going forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Katrina. Tom Halpin.
Thank you. I'm very conscious that this is about the review of the local scrutiny, but where we've got COSLA on the line, if you want to speak, and local policing at the same time. For ourselves as members, is there any sense of what sort of, I don't know, what 3, maybe 4 top issues are for policing, and from the perspective of those local communities across Scotland, so that we know what's important, because we think we know what's important from our perspective, but it's really important that this process works.
Well, I'm going to give that to Graham Houston first, and then Will Kerr give his perspective as well. And I've met with the local scrutiny conveners, so I'll also give you mine, Tom. So if you would.
Excellent, thank you.
I think one of the most important things I think that Police Scotland have to do is to educate the scrutiny conveners, new councillors, and the communities, because I think there's still a gap between what they expect, i.e., they want to see bobbies on the beat, they want to see boots on the ground, but it's not the reality of what we're seeing about where crime has been committed. We know that you're most likely to get mugged online than you are in the street, but there's still the perception of that feeling safe by seeing an officer in a uniform. But the resource, so managing that resource and managing the expectation, I think is still a big challenge for us. And so the more information I think that belongs to the public and is shared with the public to help them understand the changing nature of the role of policing and the demands that's made on policing will help tremendously. I think the confidence that particularly some of the harder to reach groups have in policing and in areas of Glasgow where there are ethnic minorities who have an inherent suspicion of policing, their own experience from countries that they've come from, is still a big challenge for us. And I know there's a tremendous amount of work being done to overcome those barriers, and I really commend that. But it is still about the confidence and so people feel safe and they're feeling safer, and that's good. But the expectation, we need to really manage that because we don't have the resource to have the visible presence walking in along the streets in the town centres that people would like to see. It's not necessarily what they need to have, but as I say, managing expectations are hugely important. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Kerr.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, Tom, thank you. I mean, the question goes to the heart of one of the challenges for us, actually, and Councillor Houston has talked in this. I mean, the top 4 areas around local policing plans generally across the country are violence, disorder, antisocial behaviour, protecting vulnerable people, acquisitive crime and road safety. There's always a bit of, most of the plans also include something around wider safety, protection, security concerns as well. But actually, as Councillor Houston's just highlighted there, I mean, there are a number of traditional perceptions of policing, principally around public space management and visibility and engagement, things that are still actually very important for policing. Let's not just understate how important they are as well, but sometimes they don't reflect, as I talked about, that broader and expanding frontline for policing is public, private and digital spaces now, don't reflect the realities of policing in the 21st century. Sometimes some of those perceptions or expectations don't reflect the realities of global harms on an industrial scale from countries in many parts of the world, whether it's a fraudulent or sexual exploitation. Those are the growing crime harms and risks to communities in Scotland that we're tackling on a global scale. And sometimes the gap between those traditional perceptions of what the police have always done in the past or should be doing and the global realities of 21st century crime trends are where the confidence gap lies, because confidence can still be very much traditionally set and perhaps doesn't as much reflect some of those current extant 21st century harm realities. And our responsibility is absolutely to step into that space, is to make sure that we have more fulsome, more regular engagement and consultations with local communities and scrutiny panels right across Scotland to say, look, this is a full range of service that the single national institution that is Police Scotland offers to every citizen and community in Scotland. And that's why we're out doing 3 collective briefings in advance of the local government elections to try and we've got senior officers from Serious Crime Division and Operational Support Division who work and are in charge of some of those specialist facilities and assets to provide that briefing, and why we're going to go out to all 32 local authority areas and scrutiny panels at the end of the year and actually do more bespoke briefings on exactly that issue. So I think there definitely is a challenge for us all collectively, but we absolutely accept our responsibility with the knowledge and the assets that we own to go out and proactively have a conversation. So appreciate the question.
Thanks. And as you know, Tom, I made a particular commitment in my first year to be engaging with an engagement plan with local government as our the authority's key strategic partner in oversight. And so I've been working around various meetings, and I have had 3 area meetings with all the scrutiny conveners. Well, I would say there's 3 tactical issues which they regularly raise. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but that's my reading. The visibility of policing, which Graham mentioned there. The responsiveness of policing, mainly focused on 101, very high regard for the 99, but the responsiveness of 101s, and what I would call incivilities, those issues which are not always criminal offences, which are low-level incivilities in communities, so very graffiti, poor parking, just low-level antisocial behaviour, and the relationship policing has to local communities and the roles of local government to help well-being in those communities. Those are the 3 tactical issues. The strategic issues which are regularly raised are trust in policing. It is actually remarkably high in the ones I probably remember it was high in the conveners I spoke to, but as Graham said, differential amongst different communities, and that's an issue which we share as across the 3 of us. The issues of culture. Who wouldn't be interested in the issues of policing culture with the relentless focus on those issues at the moment? We've discussed that already with the Chief Constable's report. And the final one is a shared issue about the very most vulnerable in our community, how they can be protected by local government services and police services working together. An Operation Protector, which was raised by the Chief Constable, commented on by Katerina, is absolutely a good example about what you can do in that space, but that's an issue that's been raised, that vulnerability. The most vulnerable is a social justice issue. A very small number of people are very massively impacted by crime and criminal behaviour, and the local government is engaged with those communities and those people as much as policing is, and we have to join ourselves up as we have in Aberdeen, as we have in the Northeast. So it's a very interesting question, Tom. I'm hoping that we'll get more from our work back over this next year with local government on these areas, and they can teach us more about these very areas. And then when we're all working within policing and the SPA, we can actually find responses which are appropriate locally, but using the national resources of Police Scotland. So I know time is moving on, so can I ask you to note that report? I think that's all you're required to do. It isn't, but I think we support the report. Thank you all, Barry, for your team, and everyone in Colston and Police Scotland for taking that through. So can I move on? Yeah. I'm on mute. I intend to stop at 1 o'clock for a break. If we can, if we can't do this next item by then, no reason, we will come back to it. But I'm going to go on to the item number 8, the budget, please. And so I think James Gray will introduce, sorry, I have in my note, James, thank you very much, James. James, if you can introduce this report for the board, thank you.
I will do, thank you, Chair. So the 2022-23 budget proposes the allocation of resources, that's revenue, capital and reform, across Police Scotland, Forensic Services and SPA Corporate for the year ahead, and we seek approval for that today. And in addition to that, there's also a schedule of charging rates for events and services, which are indicative at this stage. We're looking for approval based on what we think the pay award will be for next year. That's been built into the charges, but depending on where they finally end up, we may come back to revise them, but we're looking to get them approved as they stand just now. I'll talk around slide 2 to Appendix A, which is the budget highlights. And what you can see on this slide is that there is a £40.5 million increase in core revenue funding for the next financial year, which represents a 3.4% increase, and that is the real terms protection that the Scottish Government had committed to. As you move around the slides, the next point is around £6.6 million of additional one-off funding, and that relates to COVID recovery monies from our perspective. So there's £4.6 million there to make up for lost income, and a £2 million contribution for policing to support the recovery of the justice system in the next financial year. What that uplift means in funding is that we are proposing a balanced budget. I'll briefly come back to touch upon that around there are some risks and challenges on that, but we are proposing a balanced budget. And that means that police officer numbers can be retained into the next financial year, as can police staff numbers. But what we have in there is an allowance for a pay award, which is commensurate with public sector pay policy. Also, in regards to police staff, the commitment to no compulsory redundancies is maintained, and there's also sufficient coverage in the budget to meet the increased costs of national insurance contributions for employers in the next financial year. Moving round to the bottom of the slide, there's also additional funding that will be met in year by Scottish Government of £2.5 million for the transfer of post-mortem toxicology services, as well as funding for drunk driving legislation. That money will come through in year as part of the autumn budget revisions once we've got absolute clarity on what the final cost of that will be. And then finally on this slide, just on the left-hand side, I'd pick up on the capital and reform position. We have a flat cash allocation for capital, so we have exactly the same amount in cash going into next year as we've had in this year. What I would say about that is that given what we're starting to see come through in inflation, that flat cash, you know, in normal times would maybe be slightly eroded from inflation, but we are starting to see quite significant inflationary pressures coming through, particularly in our kind of estate spend into repairs and maintenance work and construction work, which is running up between 20 and 30% already, which is significant in its impact it will have on our purchasing power going into next year. A couple of other slides I'll briefly touch upon. Slide 16, which looks at the budget for forensic services and SPA corporate. Just to say on that for SPA forensic services, there is a £4.3 million increase in the budget going into next year, which is 12%. That covers the additional increases for post-mortem toxicology services transferring, as well as meeting the costs of the 2026 programme and the restructure of the senior management team in there. So there's provision for that. And then on SPA corporate, there is a slight reduction in the budget, which represents about 2% of the overall budget, but that has been agreed with the interim accountable officer. Finally, I'll just touch upon slide 28, which is the slide that identifies the threats. And this is me coming back to the point around it is a balanced budget that we are presenting here today, but I think members need to be mindful of the kind of challenges that we face going into next year, the most acute being inflation. We have looked around some of the pressures in the budget that may come over and above what's already been provided for, and there is a potential exposure on first estimation in the region of about £5 million. But what I would say is that what we have done in the budget this year is we have increased our utilities budget by 40%. So that's in the region of a £4 million increase for utilities going into the next year. That could have been higher, but we are part of the Scottish Government's kind of buying framework, so that there is an element of hedging that goes on, which has limited our exposure to increases in cost, but still 40% is significant, and that has been built in. We also have made provision in our hard FM budget for an increase to reflect the fact that the cost of materials for doing building repairs has increased, as I had said. But we do have exposure around other areas around fuel supplies and services. We're hoping fuel might be offset somewhat by the increasing move towards electric vehicles, but just wanted to highlight that as a pressure. So that's where I was planning to leave it there, Chair, but happy to take any questions. And I've also got my colleague Lynn Brown, who has kind of led this budget work for us this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear set of papers. Now, the board has 3 lines of assurance before this comes anywhere near us. The first is you, James, and the great work your team do, led by David. The second line is our acting accountable officer, and the third line is our committee, chaired by Grant McCrae. So firstly, our advisory officer, just any comment you'd like, our accountable officer, any comment you'd like to make before I move on to Grant McCrae?
No, not really, Chair. I think, as you've alluded to, there's been a high level of engagement between the SPA and Police Scotland in crafting this budget. I think, it certainly comes with my support. I would definitely reference the points that James has made in terms of the tension that we now have built in between inflation and cost of living versus the funding, and that's something that's obviously going to have to be carefully managed by us, as it will have to be managed by everyone. Everyone in the country and across the whole of the public sector as well. So it's clearly a high quality piece of work though, and it's supported by me.
Thanks very much, Chris. And Grant, the red line that we agreed, Grant, with the Chief Constable was a balanced budget, and that's what's being delivered to us. So thank you very much for that. That was our joint red line. So I'm going to come to you, Grant. Your committee has considered this.
Yes. Thanks, Chair. I'd like to actually begin by just commenting that how much progress has been made in the actual preparation of the whole capital and revenue budgets and the reform budget over the last year. And instead of looking and say at the budget very close to today, we've actually been looking at it for quite some time. The timeline has been shown actually on page 30 of the slide pack, but there have been a number of workshops to understand priorities, options, both for pay, but primarily for non-pay, and more focus on capital expenditure and reform over a 5-year period instead of just on to overcome the problems and challenges of annuality. We've certainly homed in on a really understanding what the priorities of Police Scotland are and understand how they've all been built into the budget. I would totally agree with what James has said in his presentation, and several of the points that he's made I was going to mention myself. But actually there's a slight good news about the fuel duty apparently is being cut by 5 pence a litre for the next 12 months. It's recently been announced this morning. So there are some aspects that will be eased a little bit from what's in there, but inflation I think is key. But the other thing that I think the committee were really homing in on was the slide on income, which really assumes on slide 15 of the pack income of 38.3 million coming through in the coming year. And I would just draw people's attention to the fact that understandably there are a number of assumptions in there. Primarily the amount of income coming in from football matches, events, concerts, airports, and so on. There are a lot of different things, including funding from officers and stuff from local authorities. So there are a number of different assumptions in there, and we're content with the assumptions, but people need to understand that all of these are variable. The best estimates in there, but if there's anything that could be a shortfall, in order to achieve a balanced budget, we'll have to make, for a shortfall in income, we're going to have to make appropriate adjustments to expenditure to achieve the balanced budget. So I just want people to understand that that is one of the key aspects of uncertainty in here, apart from the overriding one of inflation. But I can assure the board members that the Resources Committee has spent a lot of time considering this, not just at the most recent meeting, but in earlier meetings as the various assumptions have been worked on. So we are happy to recommend approval of the budget for 2022-23. And I think just before finalising, I think it would be helpful to hear from James whether, in answer to one of the questions that was touched on earlier in the meeting, whether there's any update on the final parts of the last week of 21-22, particularly on achieving our capital and reform spend, because we know that's been monitored on a daily basis, and that went into in some detail when we were considering this paper as well. That's all from me, but happy to answer respond to any questions.
Thank you, Grant. James first.
Thanks, Chair. Just in response to Grant, first point on income, that there is a bit of a stretch in there, but that's based on what we've seen in the current year. So we are on forecast to overachieve on our income budget in this year by £4.4 million. So I think that stands us in good stead building on next year. But I agree with the comments that, you know, there are assumptions and there are risks around that. With regards to capital, we are again in a similar position as we've been in previous years, where the spend has been heavily backloaded. And I've had a call on this almost every day over the past number of days, and the most recent one this morning, just to see where we are, because this is being actively managed continually throughout every day from now until the end of the financial year, as it has been for the past fortnight. There is still significant amount of spend to go. Having spoken with the team again this morning, that there is confidence around the delivery dates, that things will be delivered in advance of the 31st of March. One of the areas where you can see, you know, it's not as black and white as something being delivered or not delivered, is where it's something where there's construction work underway and you're relying on valuation certificates. That risk is almost been reduced to zero. Most of that estate spend is now through. Most of the estate's transformation work is now through. So it is really down to goods for the most part in relation to fleet, ICT, and specialist policing equipment are the main areas outstanding. So we do have confidence based on what we've been told by suppliers. But I suppose the one thing is, you know, the market is maybe not as secure as it was a year ago, or where it's been in previous year ends. So we will continue to monitor that. But as we stand here today, 8 days out from the year end, things are on track. But what we are planning to do for next year, and it's in the budget, in the budget pack there, and is articulated on slide 25, is around this greater over allocation of capital. In order for us to slow down spend if required, because it's far easier for us to slow down spend in year than it is to try and create new opportunities for spending, and which is where we've been over the last number of years. But the kind of skill set that's been built up around this tight management of capital to make sure the money will get spent, that skill set will be deployed to make sure that capital spend will be slowed down if required. But I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, James. Jane Ryder.
Thank you very much. It's a model of clarity. I really welcome this, and obviously the commitment to the balanced budget, but all of the work that's gone into it. Could I just ask for clarity? At page 7, you say, for the purposes of this paper, desk has been excluded from the funding values as the cost was met in year by Scottish Government. Just for clarity, how much is involved there and what impact does it have? There's one in terms of financial accounting, the other, as we move forward, and we've been discussing this to some extent at ARAC, is the impact in terms of risk and delivery. That's a separate issue, I think, from you, but just figures involved and how that is, how we have visibility and that is reported through.
Yeah, so a couple of points on that. The first one is that issue around timing and deliverability and potential delay and so on, and novation of contracts and those matters will determine what the actual cost will be in year. That's the primary reason why it's been excluded at this stage, is because we didn't want to provide a figure to government and have that built into our allocation to find out at a later date that wasn't the right number. So we have got that commitment from government that either through ABR or SBR, which is the two opportunities during the financial year where Scottish Government can make adjustments to its funding allocations to public bodies, that we will get clarity and provide that number. But as to what that's looking like at the moment, I don't have those figures to hand, but I'm happy to provide them to you outside this conversation. But with that commitment that we have been working closely with government, and there is that understanding that whatever that cost may be, and it probably will be a different number to the one that I'll be able to provide you later on today, that will be funded in full.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful, and it's important for us to have that, the board to have that visibility, accepting that it is going through a different, currently going through a different route, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Chief Constable, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Chair. It was briefly just to thank Grant and the Resources Committee and also colleagues within the SBA, Chris Brown and his team for the development of not only this year's budget, but the financial thinking and planning that we're doing ahead. But primarily to thank James and his team, including Lynn Brown from Police Scotland's finance team. This is the second time that we've met as a group to agree a balanced budget, but actually only the second time in the history of the 9 years of Police Scotland where we've been able to do that, or indeed the history of the Scottish Police Authority. So it's just really to underline, I think, the enormous progress that we've made in terms of financial grip planning, not only led through James and his finance team, but also clearly with the input from the Resources Committee and also the team at the SBA. But I do think it's the work of James and the team that has been at the forefront of that. Within the UK National Police Chiefs Council, the framework there, James was invited, I think I'm right saying, James, through the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, the CIPFA, to actually share some of the financial planning, the build of the budget, but also the 5-year financial planning that we've now undertaken as an entity, both in Police Scotland and the Scottish Police Authority, because it's been identified as a model of best practice in the policing sector across the UK. So again, I'm really grateful for James and all his work in this area. Enormous challenges. We've outlined a number of those today already about what I think is a legitimate ask that policing is making, because we have a very strong offer to make. But I do think, just in terms of that financial stability, the certainty of the data, and the ability to then use finance to make the best investments, I think as a service and as a sort of a policing structure involving the police authority and ourselves, we're in a far better place than we were, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Constable. Fully reflect those views myself. And we've introduced a budget oversight group, Chief Constable, where my key committee leader of people, Mary Picasey, and Resources, Grant, myself, met with you and your team. Very grateful for David Page for really engaging with that and helping us get this co-production of oversight. And then, of course, the delivery is huge hard work of a £1.4 billion delivery. Could not be overstated. But we go back to the big picture, a balanced budget, a co-produced budget. It is the key issue for the key responsibility of the police authority to fund from the money available to us. And I approached that in an entirely collegiate way with between ourselves. And it's very important to pay tribute also to forensic services and to our own staff internally for the budget. So I don't want to restrict this conversation because it's a huge budget, 1.4 billion, but it has actually gone through weeks and months of iteration internally, more oversight than ever before, both in terms of technical oversight, governance oversight, managerial oversight. I think we're in a place, I hope, that we can approve the budget and approve the rate, the schedule at Schedule Appendix B for the rate. But if there's any disagreement about that or any further questions, I wouldn't want to curtail it because of time. So the recommendation is to approve the budget, approve the schedule of rates and events at Appendix B, recognising it's a balanced budget and some of the caveats that have been mentioned by Grant and James, but that's a matter of maintaining a complete grip on the income and the expenditure. So can I go? This is an important milestone, as the Chief Constable says, only the second time we've been able to agree a balanced budget, and I hope that will be as in the future. But thank you for all your work. If it goes well, sometimes these things are under-celebrated, so I think I have a private celebration. I'll have an extra glass of water at lunchtime. Yes. Great. Okay, so with that, those are both approved as far as I can tell. Yes, they're both approved. I'm going to, my apologies to you, 1:10 now. Can I come back at 1:20 to 2? and we pick up, and not everybody will be able to remain, I know, on the call. But after that, thank you for all your time, all those you've been on. Thank you particularly to our guest, Graham Houston, for there, and I'll see you at 20 to 2, half an hour's time. Thank you very much. to the second part of today's SPA board meeting. I'm going to pick up on agenda item 9, which is a housing strategy. If I can ask if James Gray is here, if James could introduce this for us. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll introduce the report, and then I've also got my colleague Yvonne Johnson, who's been the kind of lead in preparing this with me as well for any questions. But the reason we brought this here today is that Police Scotland inherited a large residential property estate from the Legacy Forces, and we still have over 100 pieces of accommodation for domestic accommodation around the country today. It's predominantly in rural and remote areas, and particularly in N divisions and L division. So a lot of the properties aren't really in the right locations now. They were at the time, but obviously as things change over time, you know, what we've got as a legacy footprint isn't what we need right now. And often the type of accommodation isn't right either. You know, the number of bedrooms and particularly where they're quite often attached to existing police buildings. And in most cases, you know, a lot of the accommodation here is not up to the right level of standard. So this strategy focuses on how we get the right quality in the right place, and particularly, you know, where there's local failure in the market for domestic property, around how we make sure we secure accommodation in those particular areas. What this strategy doesn't pick up on and doesn't address, and intentionally so, is the issue around wider recruitment and retention and reward issues, particularly in these remote and rural areas. That's a separate piece of work that P&D and the ACC for Local Policing North are leading on to come up with that. So it's not that it's not important, it absolutely is, but that's been dealt with separately. What you've got here today is really looking at securing the right type of accommodation in the right kind of way. And what we're looking to do is replace those poor quality houses, and by doing so, making sure that we can improve the kind of well-being of officers and their families in many cases around the country where they're staying in police accommodation. And the strategy proposes a blended delivery model. It's not a one-size-fits-all, but where we can, we would like to focus on securing residential properties that are leased, because housing associations, local authorities, this is their expertise in being landlords. It's not our core business. So wherever we can, our preference would be to lease accommodation. Also, we're looking to dispose of surplus properties where there isn't a particular demand or shortfall, in a local area, and we've got properties that we no longer need, and we would use the proceeds for that to reinvest into the areas where we do. And then where we know that there is a lack of supply in a local market, but we have accommodation, then we want to reinvest in that accommodation to bring it up to the right standards and to meet the housing standards. And that's what we're looking to do, for example, in the Shetland Islands. So that's the broad approach. But the implementation of it, obviously, is the most important thing. And we're proposing a 5-year programme of works, but obviously that will be subject to availability of funding. And it links to the conversation we had earlier on, that this funding to get the housing stock up to scratch is competing from the same pot of money as we're looking to do things in DDICT or in the core estate or in Fleet. But we are already starting to move, and we have a plan to bring forward a business case later on in the spring, and that will focus on trying to address the issues that we have in those houses in Shetland, but again, subject to approval and funding. But finally, I've got Yvonne, as I say, here with me, and we're happy to answer any questions on the paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask members to have some questions. I'm going to come back then to Grant McCrae at the end, because this has been through Resources Committee for the advice of Resources Committee. But please put your hand up if you've got some questions. Tom Halpin first, then Fiona McQueen.
I'm very conscious that this will be considered in due course by Resources in detail, and so my question is not about how you're going to fund it or anything like that, but with all these documents like this, which are strategic, the matching the funding follows, and it's often a challenge. But I just want to reinforce the point that these are homes of officers. Families are affected by that, and there is a long legacy situation here where underinvestment has made some of these homes stand out in local communities. And in fact, this is an issue of community confidence in policing as well, in seeing this visibility of policing in very local rural communities, and it should be seen as much more than just an investment. You know, this if we have a need to maintain a police service and workforce across all of Scotland, and these homes are in rural Scotland, they're in the island Scotland, and they're extremely important. So I just want to re-emphasise that point, notwithstanding the funding decisions will need to be made in due course, but it's more than a strategy. This is fundamental.
Thank you, Tom. Fiona, and then Paul.
I think Tom's possibly made some of my comments or questions, so absolutely I agree with what Tom's saying about the importance of good quality housing where necessary for staff, but it was on the funding piece in terms of any potential gap there would be. Is there a sense that of how are there options for it to be made up in terms of managing to achieve that? So if we're approving the strategic direction, are we confident that it's implementable within a financial envelope that we have?
James.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. I think the first thing to say is that what we would look to do is make sure we were driving the disposals of the properties that we don't need as quickly as we can, to make sure that we had the money available to start to invest in those that are in the most desperate need of repair. And I think, you know, the ones in the Shetland Islands are an example of that. But with regards to the overall, you know, when the overall proposition, there is a net capital cost in the region of £3 to £3.5 million. That will be, you know, along with all the cases that we're making for capital investment be made through to government. But as we were saying earlier on, that, you know, there is likely to be a shortfall. So touch upon it in the next item, but what we are, you know, we're looking to do everything that we can to find new ways of increasing our level of capital funding, such as looking at kind of bridging finance for getting funding up front in advance of certain disposals. But the picture is really challenging, and because we don't have the ability to borrow as the legacy forces did, and that is a model of which, you know, housing associations and local authorities adopt. They borrow, and then the cost of the borrowing is recovered through rental income over an extended period of time to make sure that you've got affordable level of accommodation. That option isn't open to us here, so we do have particular challenges. But, you know, I absolutely agree. I think we all do with the points that Tom made and you were making, Fiona, around it. This is more than just bricks and mortar. This is people's, you know, homes. So again, it will go into the kind of overall prioritization matrix, but we it just goes back to the same point, that all of these demands are really pressing. They're all important, but we don't have enough funding at the moment to address them all. And I'm not saying that this one is one that will fall short, but to do this means that, you know, we can't address Stewart Street, which came up earlier on, or, you know, we can't do body worn video, and that's the issue that we've got, is that, you know, every time we spend something on something, we're taking it away from something else, because we've got a shortfall in our capital budget over the next 5 years of over £200 million.
Okay, I've got David Page and Yvonne Johnson before you come in, Paul, if you don't mind. I think they may be trying to ask us. David first, and Yvonne.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add to James's point and to address Fiona's questions as well. We don't have enough money for everything that we need to do, but one of the things that we've committed to previously, and we remain committed to, is where we will spend money in the first instance is always going to be on health and safety, and it will always be on the well-being aspect of our officers and staff. You know, as has been pointed out, these are homes, so they will be prioritised to make sure that we can have an appropriate environment for our staff in difficult places to live, or difficult to find accommodation places to live. So just to kind of provide that reassurance that we don't have enough money for everything that we need to do, but these are one of the few things alongside health and safety that go right up the top of the list. So I'm pretty confident that we'll get we will deliver on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yvonne?
Thank you, Chair. It just really sort of two-pronged response, really, just to confirm the points that Tom had made, that officer welfare, recruitment and retention is one of the key drivers of this strategy, particularly in relation to the island, rural and remote locations, where it is particularly challenging to recruit and retain officers in these areas. And the condition of the housing is directly linked to the welfare of officers and in some cases their families who reside in police housing. And that's evident through recent examples that we've had at Gairloch and Strontian, where sort of extreme issues have been raised to us, and we have gone ahead and prioritised the upgrades of those houses in particular locations. Just to add to what James and David have said in response to Fiona, in terms of funding for existing homes, public sector landlords currently have to do this within their existing cash flows, but there may be future funding for energy efficiency. However, we all just have to wait for more detail on that from Scottish Government. There is a letter that's going to Scottish Government from Police Scotland around a new deal for tenants, which will raise the anomaly that police housing falls between stools. And if this is clarified, it may help the funding debate. So where we are looking at new housing, then there may be scope for Scottish Government funding, but there would need to be a discussion initiated, and that would be following, hopefully, approval of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Paul?
Thanks, Chair. I was a registered social landlord in that I was the chair of housing in Edinburgh, and we had 23,000 council houses at that time, and we had to meet the housing quality standard by the end of 2012, just a few months after I demitted that office. And that was challenging. Now, you don't have anything like that scale in terms of numbers of houses, but what you do have in terms of problems are geography, a massive geographical spread. You have different market conditions there, and that's been teased out in the report. And those are quite challenging, and problems with income streams. I'd be interested to know what happens to the rent that you raise from the various police houses. I think the report's actually a very good stab at trying to correct all of this. I like the pragmatism in this. You talked about not one size fits all, but you're not going to just one set of solutions. You're looking at possibly new build. You're looking at various other things, working with local partners, councils, housing associations, etc. So I think that's all really good. What does concern me, though, is the reference to meeting the SHQS within 5 years, a 5-year programme. Now, councils and registered social landlords had to meet the SHQS by the end of 2012. So basically 5 years is 15 years after the SHQS came in as a standard to meet. And I understand you're not a registered social landlord, so you're not necessarily obliged to meet the SHQS. But it comes back to this moral thing of doing right by the officers that we have out there working in these particular localities, that we want them to live in good quality houses. It isn't going to cost them a fortune to heat, to have secure front doors and modern kitchens and windows. So they've got a good quality of life when they go home at the end of the day. So is there any way we can look at prioritising this so that it can be speeded up, or other income streams? I'm aware, for example, that councils can act as lenders of mortgages. There's a number of council mortgages outstanding, and if that's an income stream we can look at. So it's just to flag these up as issues.
Thank you. Yvonne?
Thank you, Chair. I'll let James come back on the rental income, etc. However, just to cover off the other points, Paul, thank you. And yes, in pulling together the strategy in the first instance, I mean, we had thought that we're not housing managers, but local authorities and housing associations are. And ideally, we would want to transfer all of the housing stock to those particular bodies. However, as we looked at this in detail and explored it across the country, we realised that wasn't always possible, and that's why we've ended up with a blended approach. So where it is possible to transfer to local authorities or housing associations, that's what we're looking to do. where it's not possible, for example, Shetland, because there are no opportunities there, then we have to upgrade our existing housing. And yes, it will be a challenge, and we're not at that standard yet, but we are where we are, and we'll need to move as fast as we can in order to reach those standards. So we do have an implementation plan drafted already, which is sitting alongside the strategy. And we're also, so to deliver those upgrades within the next 5 years, but also looking at ways in which we can accelerate that at the same time. In terms of the standards, which you're obviously well aware of, there are currently 2 standards in the social housing sector: the Scottish Housing Quality Standard, which you mentioned, introduced in 2012, and the EISH standard, Energy Efficiency for Social Housing Standards. The strategy undertakes to meet both of these and anything that supersedes them. The Scottish Government is currently consulting on a new deal for tenants, also discussed in the strategy, which is suggesting a new set of standards across all housing tenures, public, private and social housing. And Scottish Government are to decide on the final standard over the remainder of this year and legislate next year, we think, which we will undertake to meet once legislated. So will it be a challenge? Yes, but that's what we're striving to do now that we're picking this up and driving forward with it.
Paul, do you want to come back? Thank you, everyone. Paul?
No, I'm happy with that. Thanks.
James?
Thanks, Chair. It was just to pick up on the financial aspects that were raised there by Paul. I think the one on kind of the lender of last resort, the local authority providing mortgages, that's something we maybe have a look at, because we are interested in the kind of principle of passported borrowing, and trying to, where we can, take advantage of the council's ability to borrow, where we might then repay through a kind of an ongoing revenue stream. But with regards to the point about the rental income, what we would seek to do insofar as possible is whatever rental income is received would be reinvested back into the property to make sure that it was properly maintained and could be done so on a sustainable basis, rather than where we find ourselves now, which is there's a whole load of backlog that we need to address to get to a standard. Any rental income that is secured in the coming years, that would be reinvested back into the housing. It wouldn't go into anywhere else, because I mean, I think legitimately, if people are paying to stay in accommodation, then that accommodation ought to be maintained to the standards that you suggest and that Yvonne was speaking about.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members? Just for my information, sorry, Alistair, come in first.
Yeah, I think the comment that David made in terms of the capital shortfall, how the fact that health and safety and welfare sit at the top of the priorities, and I think we've seen that throughout the reports that we've received here today. I had the privilege of being at Resources Committee and the opportunity to go through this paper, and I know Grant will speak to it, but I think we were actually very supportive of it, with all the explanations that came. But the point that I want to make here, it's come up a number of times about that capital shortfall, that £200 million, and it impacts everywhere, but it doesn't just impact on Police Scotland. If you look across the public estate, the public fleet, the public infrastructure, and health and local authorities, and I know directly in the fire service, there has been a historical lack of investment in these areas, and it does increasingly put pressure on your resource budgets. There is no doubt about that. I just want to comment that I'm not sure that Police Scotland can solve this on their own. And I absolutely will, alongside colleagues, advocate for Police Scotland, to get a good share of the capital budget that's available. But some of these problems that exist, there has to be a bigger strategic approach taken across Scotland. So my question from that would really be, is that bigger discussion taking place? Are Police Scotland getting an opportunity to contribute to that, so that we can see the trickle down, benefits of it, into things that are really meaningful and important for police officers, like their health and safety, like their welfare, and indeed like the homes, the good quality homes that they deserve, if that's what they're using.
That's quite a big question now, so maybe I'm going to go to David Page first. on this one.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alice. It's a really, really good point. One of the things that we've been doing is trying to get recognition that as a national force that covers a third of the UK landmass, many of our challenges are actually unique to Police Scotland. Just pre-COVID, myself and James, CFO, went to the Scottish Government's Infrastructure Commission to basically pitch for funding for Police Scotland to be considered as a national infrastructure requirement. And hopefully we got a good listening to there and positioned the requirements of Police Scotland as something that we did recognise as at that time and now and going into the future, the requirements of Police Scotland as a national asset should be considered in the context of it being bigger than the justice budget in itself, because we have a single national footprint, and that brings with it one of the largest fleets in the UK, one of the larger housing stocks covering the geography that we have, and that we think it would be helpful for the government to consider us through a different lens. And we have made that pitch. A large part of the estate strategy in itself is collaborative based, and that's twofold. That's one about the fact that we can probably get better service delivery, and we know we can get better service delivery through working with partners more closely. And that benefits both us from an operational policing delivery perspective, but also our partners in terms of social and vulnerability and education. But also it helps us to share cost. And it's not just about us trying to reduce Police Scotland's cost, it's about working with partners so that both sides of the equation can kind of collaborate to get better outcomes on both sides and reduce the cost, which NEDIP project up in Aberdeen has been a really good example of that. So although we're doing the best we can to squeeze as much value out of the budget that we have available, because of the shortfall, and it's been a constant shortfall, we recognise that we can't achieve everything that Police Scotland needs to be done. And I do emphasise needs to be done as opposed to wants to be done. These are, we're trying to build a minimum requirement for a national police force to work efficiently and to kind of stand tall amongst our peers against the threat, harm and risk that's posed by serious organised crime now and things like that and cyber. But we're trying really, really hard to work with partners to get the best outcomes there. So we are looking much broader than just inwards in terms of can we squeeze the best value out of it. We are looking much, much broader than that and trying to work with the Scottish Government to look at us as a national service and not just something that sits in a justice budget, which obviously has its own huge challenges as well. So hopefully that provides a little bit of comfort about the approach we're taking on a kind of broader strategic kind of approach, if you like.
Yeah, Chair, I really appreciate, that just getting, I know it's slightly at a tangent, but it's been a theme throughout today, and I really appreciate, you indulging me and allowing that question to be answered. I think your point there about, Police Scotland being a national asset is an extremely important one, and that recognition that it covers a third of the land mass of the UK. Because if you look at it per head of population, it can look quite expensive. But if you look at it per, hectare covered, it will be the cheapest police force in the UK. It's that type of challenge that adds in the amount of coastline you cover in island communities. It adds significant cost in. So I'm reassured to hear that. But what I'm most reassured, to hear is that there are other, that big strategic conversation, the forums that exist for that, Police Scotland are actively, engaged in it. So I think it was important to get that out there today. So thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. I really appreciate the question. Before I bring Grant in, are there any other? Grant, thank you very much. Are you recommending a strategy for us for all the frustrations being expressed by you?
Yes, indeed we are. It hasn't been mentioned, but the 2019 estates strategy excluded residential properties. So this is really the first time that this has really come up to the surface in quite this way. We agree with the Chief Constable's forward to the strategy, emphasising the importance of good quality of housing for all officers. So the points raised by Tom, Fiona, and Alistair were very much the focus on focus on what we were discussing, and we basically came to the conclusion, yes, we most certainly recommend it, but the one observation we had was it's a 5-year strategy. We were just pointing out the more that could be done to accelerate the delivery of that within the 5 years, the sooner the officers will get better quality accommodation that they so desperately need. So in summary, yes, we're very much supporting the strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a couple of questions from me. James, what kind of engagement have you had with the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations? Your strategy is clearly the right one to actually have professional landlords, social landlords, look after the estate. It strikes me as, have you had good relationships with them, and are they engaged with you on this issue?
So most of the focus, I suppose, from my perspective on engagement, to be honest, has been internal and through into the federation. But I don't know, Yvonne, are you aware? Have you been involved in any external engagement?
So the team involved have been heavily involved with housing associations, certainly individually, and there's we have quite a few housing associations who have committed to working with us so far. We're working with the Hebridean Housing Association and Highlands and Islands Housing Association, and we haven't stood still while we've been taking the paper through governance. We've actually been actively working with housing associations, and I've had some papers come through SPA Resources Committee and board to take additional properties in the likes of Wick and Oban and Fort William, which are priority hotspot areas. So I personally haven't engaged with the housing association organisation, but certainly we have been dealing with individual housing associations, and that's been very successful and very well received.
Yeah, it was just to say, Chair, I mean, I think we will take that as an action actually to just engage at that kind of national level across the forum there. We have done a lot, as Yvonne says, of individual engagement, but I think there'd be value in having that conversation across the whole federation to see if you know, that was to allow us to take forward some other opportunities where we've so far not been able to find a landlord to take on properties for us.
I'd be grateful if you would do that, because it goes back to Grant's request. I think the whole board would back that acceleration of this ambition. And I suppose when you link that to the economic benefits of police officers living in an area, that's a strategic benefit to island and remote and rural communities, which housing associations have a role to play. So there's local economic benefits. So if we say we approve the strategy, and if there's anything any of the board can do or I can do about meeting with the SFHA, I don't know the current ones, but I certainly, like Paul, have known them over the years, but also housing division within the Scottish Government, because actually this is not isolated. This shouldn't be seen as Police Scotland or the SPA's problem. As David said, this is the problem of the nature of a national organisation, which actually is concentrating on policing, not on housing. So where are our housing resources? Where's our social landlords to help us with this? I think the point you made at the beginning, that this is not to do with retention and recruitment, but actually it's everything to do with retention and recruitment if we get it right. Mm-hmm. I think we need a far more flexible housing strategy in policing than we have at the moment. And the final thing to say is we can't quite often talk about these as police houses, but these are SPA properties. These are, as I understand them, they're owned by us. So the embarrassment is our embarrassment for actually having these kind of properties and not being able to properly accommodate police officers in some of the most demanding areas to police, you know, in terms of the remoteness and rurality. So with that caveat, we definitely approve this. And if there's anything we can do, David, to take this conversation into the level of, well, this is a strategic problem, and actually it's quite solvable. For 100 houses, my goodness, I mean, this is minute compared to the housing association stock, and bring it up the scale. And actually what you'd want is a far more flexible housing offer for incoming police officers who quite often have temporary housing needs, I would imagine, into an area until they find their feet, or they may have more permanent housing needs. So let's agree this, let's agree the 5 years, and let's see what we can do to work together to actually foreshorten that dramatically. Thank you very much. Financial planning framework. I'm afraid, James, this is you again.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So what we've brought here today is a financial planning framework as opposed to a financial plan. It had initially been our intention that we would bring forward a financial plan alongside the budget, but given the timing of the Scottish Government spending review, which is currently underway, we thought this was a better opportunity to bring forward a paper for noting discussion around the kind of principles, if you like, that we would build around a financial plan that we would plan to bring forward in the autumn once we know what the indicative funding allocations are for policing after the spending review. So slide 4 sets out the kind of timeline for that, which is we'll know what our next 4 years funding allocations look like in draft, hopefully by the end of May, and that will allow us to build out a plan. And the kind of principles that we would look to put in place around revenue are set out on slide 6, which really is about making sure that we've prioritised everything effectively, that we have driven out all the efficiencies that we can, that we've created capacity, and then where there is that evidence base to show that even when you do these things, then that's not going to meet the future requirements, then that gives us that solid evidence base to make that additional ask. I think a lot of the component parts of this work have been done through the spending review, but to bring that in a formalised way through a financial plan is what we would seek to do later on in the year. And then with regards to capital, I think we've spoken probably about most of the things that are in here, but what we're looking to do around principles is set out on slide 8, which is even although we are only able to set a capital budget for a year, we have no ability to borrow, to have reserves, to be able to move money from one year to the next. We still want to adopt a 5-year planning mentality and get that multi-year discipline into our budget holders, and then finance as a service will try and smooth out the kind of difficulties that arise with only having settlements, but allowing the budget holders and the people that are taking the strategies that we've been speaking about today to do multi-year planning is where we want to go with that. And then also to really focus on this conversation about if we've got significant assets that we think we're going to dispose of in a number of years' time, to actually seek funding upfront from government for that in what we've called bridging finance, but actually what it does is brings us into line with a lot of the public sector, which is the risk around the timing of disposals of capital assets lies with Scottish Government as opposed to individual bodies in central government. So we'll be seeking to push that discussion forward, and this today is just here to make sure that members are comfortable with the approach that is being proposed ahead of us then working over the next number of months to come forward with that financial plan after we've done the kind of wider engagement and the detailed work. And the next steps are set out on the final slide on slide 9, which talks through what I've been discussing through this presentation, but ultimately getting to a 5-year revenue and capital view in probably into August, September time. But I was planning to leave it there, Chair, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, very clear presentation. Again, our lines of assurance are firstly to our own accountable officer and then to our chair of our resources. So firstly, Chris Brown.
Yeah, so I would say I would certainly endorse the approach. It makes a lot of sense to have a few more inputs actually into this exercise than we normally have, namely the revenue funding settlement, which generally James and his team have to model on a fairly speculative basis, so it always ends up being precisely wrong by definition. So this time round, I think the utility of the exercise will certainly be heightened by having the spending review behind us when it comes forward to the board. So I think it makes a lot of sense. The 5-year capital spending review was obviously done last year, so there's a bit more certainty there. We've now got we're getting into the rhythm of this kind of 5-year discipline as well, as James said. So bringing all of these things together, I think in a plan in the autumn, it should be something that's certainly in advance of what we've seen through the past couple of iterations. So I think what's been suggested here is something we should support.
Great, Chris. Thanks very much indeed. Grant?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, the Resources Committee were also very supportive of the approach being taken and the principles that are laid out in this document. A couple of things particularly to highlight is that on the final bullet on page 8, slide 8, about the indicative 5-year plan at the moment is flat cash. So of course we're really suffering from, as James mentioned earlier, the impact of higher rates of inflation on this, because what we can do with a flat cash today is going to be quite different from what we're going to do in 3 or 4 years' time. But at the moment, we've actually spent quite a bit of time working behind the scenes on, instead of having a flat allocation across the different categories of capital, we've actually tried to explore the possibility of doing a sort of uneven allocation, because it may be that actually saying that, for example, we're going to spend exactly the same amount of money on estates or IT every year doesn't enable some of these things to take a normal pattern of expenditure. So actually having a say more in one category and less in another 1 year, and trying to move it around a bit might actually mean that we can achieve a lot more than just going on a flat allocation. But the principles we are very happy about, but has been mentioned very much several times today, the real problem on capital is there's not enough of it. There's a big shortfall in what's required, and it's as I touched on earlier, I think perhaps we need to be able to explain and articulate more clearly what is not capable of being done with specific examples, to get it into the minds of the politicians about exactly what we're unable to do to make other things move forward at the right pace. It's been touched on already that if we're not doing the capital on the estates, for example, we're spending more money on out of our revenue budget on maintenance. And there are loads of other examples. So I think actually trying to get some flesh on the skeleton with perhaps a few examples would actually perhaps get the point across, not just the numbers. But we're very comfortable with the principles.
Thank you, Grant. So it's recommended for
yes.
It's not for approval, actually, it's just recommended. Thank you. What I would say, this can seem like a very technical paper, but actually it's a critical paper for the board. Critical for 2 reasons. It demonstrates the stability within the leadership teams across ourselves, SPA and Police Scotland, to have the bandwidth to look to the future like this. It demonstrates the clarity of analysis which you need in order to make this future planning. And I think the principles you've set out here, James, of revenue funding and the capital funding principles are absolutely critical for us understanding the pathway to ask that Grant's making. We only ask if we've been through the steps of actually examination of priorities, efficiencies and so forth. Now that gives us the stable platform to make the asks when they are necessary to be asked and provide the evidence. So what seems like a very technical paper is to my mind, a very significant step forward again in the SPA working with its budget and its advisors on its budget, which is you, James, and David Page, and our own accountable officer, to say how can we best make the analysis to make the ask where required for any investment, additional investment, and within a very, very tight public expenditure budget. So always seeing the public utility of what we're asking for. So I thank you for all your work. Let's not underestimate what this means for us, because it means we are accepting the principles of how we're going to make the ask that Grant asks of us, what we have to examine first, and how we're going to be together together on these issues. So any discussions we have are trying to align ourselves together, but not to manipulate our alignment. So well done. I'm very pleased with the paper. I think it's a major step forward. It is highly technical, but I think it's very important. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, James and David, and thank you, Chris, for all your work on this. Any final comments on this paper before I close the session? Thank you very much. If I can just finish by saying a couple of thank yous, very important thank yous, and they are to Chris Brown and Barry Sillars, both who stepped up to being acting chief executives in the absence of our chief executive, Lynn Brown. both of whom did that very willingly. And it's a very difficult job to step up and to share the responsibilities is even more difficult. I admire what they did, and I admire the support they gave me and the clarity with which they brought to their work, and for keeping. I asked them to do two things: maintain stability in Lynn's absence, and have attention to detail on this hugely complicated world that we live in oversight of policing, and they did both very well. And the third party to this is Vanessa Ewing, who was absolutely critical to that stability and supporting me through this, because I gained 2 deputies and lost 1 chief executive. So it was an area of novelty for me too. I'm very glad to welcome back Lynn when she comes back on the 1st of April. But I think we have been enhanced in terms of our own resilience and stability by having our senior officers step into those deputising roles. And they have done what we have all asked of them, maintain the stability, and actually, as today showed, taken us forward in very significant areas of finance, public policing policy, and some of the strategic discussions. So thank you, Barry. Thank you, Chris. And again, thank you, Vanessa. Thank you to all of them. So on that note, can I finish the public board meeting and ask you to stay on the line, and we'll